Those colors seem to come alive, smiling and dancing, inviting you into a beautiful world. That was the moment I discovered Mandalika. There, I found the colors of freedom and the warmth of together.
Good morning, Excellencies, honorable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. May we have your attention, please? We are scheduled to commence the proceedings in 10 minutes. Please kindly have your seat. Thank you.
The beauty of cultural colors and the hospitality that opens the horizons of the soul. And the burning spirit that colors every journey in life.
Bagi. Ini banyak banget ini. Taunya apa ya?
Ada yang ini susu mangga kurang. Ada. Ini lari.
Every stroke of color feels so unique and precious. Without realizing it, you've already become one with the colors of nature.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence with the opening agenda, we would like to share a few important announcements. Please kindly switch your mobile phones into silent or vibrate mode. Thank you for your understanding, and kindly wear your lanyard or ID badges at all times during event activities for easy identification at all venues.
Even when the colors fade. That's when I found the true rainbow of colors I've always dreamed of. Discover your secret colors of Mandalika.
Before we commence with the opening agenda, we would like to invite you to have a look at the audiovisual of the safety induction.
Hotel Mulia Senayan Safety and Security. Welcome to Hotel Mulia Senayan, Jakarta. This video will deliver a short brief about safety and security aspect. Your safety is our priority. Hotel Mulia Senayan is equipped with international standard of fire suppression system and public address system and fire advance team that stand by for 24 hours a day 7 days a week. This hotel already equipped with smoke detector, sprinkler, public address system, manual call point, fire extinguisher, hydrant box. Hotel Mulia has multiple emergency exit towards assembly point. When the fire alarm rings, don't panic. Our fire advance team will come to the suspected scene in immediate time to further identify whether it is real or false alarm. In the event of emergency situation, our well-trained staffs will guide you to the safest area to the assembly point located at the north side of the main building or near the car checking. We also have first aid bag, AED, and in-house clinic open for 24 hours. In the event where intensive treatment is needed, the nearest hospital is located near and can be reached in 10 minutes. Thank you for your kind attention.
Once again, good morning, Excellencies, honorable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. May we have your attention, please? We are scheduled to commence the proceeding in 3 minutes. Please kindly have your seat. Thank you.
Istana Basa Pagaruyung awalnya merupakan bangunan bersejarah yang didirikan oleh Raja Adityawarman. Di masa lalu, berdiri sebuah pemerintahan yang disebut sebagai Kerajaan Pagaruyung. Kerajaan yang terbentuk dari gabungan negara-negara ini runtuh setelah terjebak era kolonial Belanda. Saat Perang Padri bergejolak, istana ini mengabadikan kemegahan arsitektur dari pusat pemerintahan kerajaan. Meskipun wujud yang berdiri megah sekarang ini bukanlah bangunan aslinya. Namun berbagai detail ciri khas arsitekturnya yang dimiliki masih sama seperti kondisi di masa lampau. Istana Basa Pagaruyung memiliki 3 lantai dan terdiri dari 72 tonggak, 11 gonjong atap, dan tanduk yang terbuat dari 26 ton serat ijuk. Istana ini juga memiliki 100 replika furnitur dan artefak antik Minang. Keahlian menunun songket di negeri pandai Sike pada umumnya diperoleh secara turun-temurun dalam keluarga dari umur sekitar 7-8 tahun, khususnya para perempuan. Sudah mulai belajar menunun songket. Ciri khas tenun songket dari Sumatera Barat ialah menggunakan benang emas dan perak dalam menenun kain sutra. Rendang memiliki filosofi tersendiri bagi masyarakat Minang, yaitu musyawarah dan mufakat, yang berangkat dari 4 bahan pokok yang melambangkan keutuhan masyarakat Minang. Bangunan peninggalan era Hindia Belanda ini seakan identik dengan kota yang dahulu pernah menjadi ibu kota provinsi Sumatera Barat. Pembangunannya secara resmi selesai pada tahun 1926 dengan menghasilkan dana mencapai 3.000 gulden. Monumen jam gadang berdiri setinggi 20 meter ini dianggap sebagai patongan titik sentral kota Bukit Tinggi.
Have you ever felt colors you've never seen before?
Excellencies, honorable delegates, distinguished guests,
Those colors
ladies
seem to
and
come alive,
gentlemen,
smiling
we
and
kindly
dancing,
request that you arise from your seats.
inviting you into a
it is with great honor and pleasure that we extend a warm welcome to Her Excellency, along with our esteemed VIP guests, to the UN Tourism Regional Conference, Tourism Policy on Circular Economy. Please join me in offering them a resounding round of applause. Once again, please join me in offering them a resounding round of applause. Excellencies, honorable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, Excellencies, honorable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the UN Tourism Regional Conference, Tourism Policy on Circular Economy. Please give round of big applause for UN Tourism and also Ministry of Tourism, Republic of Indonesia. It is my pleasure to welcome our guest of honor, Minister of Tourism, Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Ms. Widianti Putri Wardana. Alongside with the Vice Minister of Tourism, Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Ms. Nilu Puspa. Secretary General of UN Tourism, His Excellency Mr. Zurab Pololikashvili. Deputy Prime Minister, Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs, Minister of Tourism and Environment, Timor-Leste, His Excellency Mr. Francisco Calbuadi Lai. Co-founder Traveloka, Mr. Albert. And to all of the honorable delegates, guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great opportunity for me, Hanifan Fuadi, to be standing in here in front of you all as the master of ceremony for this important event. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, it is with great pleasure that we extend our warmest welcome to each and every one of you for the momentous UN Tourism Regional Conference, Tourism Policy on Circular Economy. Ladies and gentlemen, we do hope that this meeting will serve as a platform for insightful discussions, the exchange of innovative ideas, and forging of meaningful collaborations as we collectively address the challenges and opportunities presented by the evolving demographics of our region. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is widely known for its diversity in cultures and heritages that makes Indonesia very rich in artistic traditions. To mark the commencement of this special occasion, we are delighted to present a special traditional welcome dance from Indonesia. We called it Ondel Ondel Manis, that will be presented by dancers from the Jakarta Tourism and Creative Economy Department. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the performance. Ladies and gentlemen, please once again round of big applause for Ondel-Ondel Manis Dance. Before we're moving to the next agenda, I would like to inform you a little bit about the synopsis of this Ondel-Ondel Manis Dance. Ondel-Ondel Manis is a traditional Betawi dance from Jakarta, performed to welcome guests at important events. Featuring the iconic giant puppets, we called it Ondel-Ondel. The dance is enlivened by cheerful movements from Betawi women, showcasing the vibrant spirit of Jakarta's culture. Excellencies, honorable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Next, we are delighted to invite Her Excellency Ms. Widianti Putri Wardana, Minister of Tourism Republic of Indonesia, to deliver her welcoming remarks. To Her Excellency Ms. Widianti Putri Wardana, the stage is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. To the Honorable His Excellency Zurab Pololikashvili, the UN Tourism Secretary General, Mr. Harry Huang, the UN Tourism's Regional Director for Asia and the Pacific, His Excellency Francisco Calbualdi Lai, Deputy Prime Minister of Timor-Leste, Mr. Albert, co-founder of Traveloka, an affiliate member of UN Tourism, delegates from the UN Tourism Commission for East Asia and the Pacific, and the UN Tourism Commission from South Asia, distinguished speakers, moderators, and all conference participants. I hope you are enjoying your stay in wonderful Indonesia. It is our great honor to host today's UN Tourism Regional Conference featuring two important discussions, the Green Investment Panel and a high-level discussion on tourism policy on circular economy. Tourism continues to be a key engine of economic growth across East Asia, the Pacific, and South Asia. It is a sector that creates jobs, drives infrastructure development, promotes cultural exchange, and helps foster global collaborations. In the face of global trade tensions, tourism stands out as a more resilient source of economic growth. We are reminded of the vital contribution of tourism as an export of services. Unlike goods-based exports, tourism remains untethered from trade barriers and can serve as a powerful buffer against external economic shocks. By promoting high-quality tourism, empowering local MSMEs, and expanding community-based destinations, we can strengthen our economy and turn global challenges into opportunities. Tourism is a source of nation pride for us. However, as the world faces growing environmental challenges, the call for green investment and circular practices is more urgent than ever. Tourism has long been one of the most dynamic and fast-evolving industries. We must make well-informed decisions and take bold actions to ensure the sector grows harmoniously with our environment and local communities. Ladies and gentlemen, green investment lies at the center of this transformation. It offers huge potential to protect our ecosystems and cultural heritage, boost sustainable economic growth, and deliver long-term community benefits. This conference presents an opportunity to exchange ideas on how we can accelerate impactful green investments from renewable energy hospitality to eco-conscious tourism practices. There are so many opportunities for investments that supports both the planet and the economy. Today, we will launch a guideline titled Tourism Doing Business, Investing in Indonesia. It is a significant milestone in our ongoing work to position Indonesia as a leading destination for tourism investment. This guideline is more than just a tool. It is a roadmap to help investors navigate and unlock the immense potential of Indonesia's thriving tourism sector. I would like to take this opportunity to thank UN Tourism for putting together this guide and to express my sincere appreciation to all the stakeholders who have worked tirelessly. Ladies and gentlemen, the circular economy is an innovative framework that seeks to redefine how we approach resource production, consumption, and waste management. It calls for a swift away from the traditional linear model towards a regenerative system that reduces waste, promotes recycling, and embraces sustainability throughout the tourism value chain. This approach holds enormous promise, especially for the diverse and vibrant countries in East Asia, the Pacific, and South Asia. How can we preserve the natural beauty of our nations for future generations while promoting growth and progress? The answer lies in embracing the principle of circular economy. This conference gives us the opportunity to move forward with fresh momentum. It also challenges us to think deeply about the policies, frameworks, and partnerships we need as countries working towards a common goal, which is tourism industry that is not only thrives, but also protects the very resources it depends on. I hope today's discussion will inspire new ideas, encourages stronger collaborations, and spark the creation of innovative policies so that tourism continues to be a positive force for both people and the planet. Together, we can shape the future of tourism in East Asia, the Pacific, and South Asia, one that is sustainable, resilient, and circular. I look forward to a meaningful and engaging conversations today. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Her Excellency Ms. Widianti Putri Wardana. Excellencies, honorable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, proceeding to the next agenda, we are delighted to invite Mr. Albert, co-founder Traveloka, to deliver his congratulatory remarks. To Mr. Albert, the stage is yours.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and global tourism leaders, Her Excellency Ms. Widianti Putri, Minister of Tourism of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Jurab Pololi Kasvili, Secretary General of UN Tourism, Excellencies Ministers, Ambassador, Deputy Minister, Tourism leaders from UN Tourism member states. Good morning. Finally, I'd like to congratulate the organizing team on the success of this event. I extend my sincere gratitude to the UN Tourism, the government of Indonesia, and all delegates for convening this important forum on topic of tourism policy on circular economy. Your presence reflects our shared commitment to shape a more sustainable future for global tourism and travel. It is an honor to be here at the 37th UN Tourism Joint Commission meetings and speak on topic that is critical to the future of our global tourism industry, which is the importance of PPP in supporting responsible tourism. Tourism is one of the world's largest economic sectors, generating trillions of dollars and employing millions. But without responsible stewardship, it can also strain resources, damage ecosystems, and disrupt local ways of life. TPP can create a powerful bridge between these sectors, fostering collaborations that lead to real change. The public sector plays a vital role in establishing policies and efficiencies. Business bring expertise, resources, and entrepreneurial spirit. It is only with this shared vision and coordinated effort that will allow these contributions to achieve long-term and meaningful impact. CAP-CSA is managing for the long term. Our growth in the past 13 years has been fueled by not just our own commitment to shaping the future of travel, but also by the partnership we have built over the years. One example is a long-standing partnership with the Global Sustainable Tourism Council, or GSTC, whom we have worked with since 2022, to equip over 130 hotel partners across Southeast Asia with GSTC recommended sustainability practices. Another meaningful partnership is with the Tourism Authority of Thailand to promote amazing Grand Tourism and Sport Years 2025 program, which aim to boost domestic tourism responsibly in the country. And we have similar programs in other countries as well. These are just some examples that work CAP-CSA is doing to educate and empower our customers to make responsible travel decisions while enabling communities to thrive. As leaders, we must recognize that responsible tourism is not a choice, it's a necessity. The way forward is clear. Governments, businesses, and communities must work hand in hand to create tourism models that prioritize people, planet, and prosperity. Today's discussion on tourism policy on circular economy is more relevant than ever. Therefore, I invite all of us to consider how we can further strengthen this partnership. Let us commit to open dialogue, share goals, and collective actions. Together, we can build a tourism industry that not only thrives, but does so responsibly and sustainably for generations to come. Thank you, and I wish you a productive time at the meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albert. You may return to your seat. Excellencies, honorable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Moving to the next agenda, we are delighted to invite His Excellency Mr. Zurab Pololikashvili, Secretary General of UN Tourism, to deliver his opening remarks. To His Excellency Mr. Zurab Pololikashvili, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Your Excellency Widian Putri and excellent team. Yes, we are enjoying too much Indonesian hospitality, and thank you for wonderful dinner and showing us part of quite big but part of the culture and very diverse part of your beautiful Indonesia. I really regret coming from so far to don't stay more days, and it's a shame. Next time I will take in consideration. And thank you again for this very nice and beautiful days. Dear Albert, by the way, Albert was hosting us in during World Tourism Day. Again, many thanks for your support for that another wonderful days in Bali. So after yesterday's our commission, we had several themes we were discussing with the honorable ministers, and I'd like to begin by thanking our host, the government of Indonesia, for their hospitality and for their continued leadership. So we yesterday were generally inspiring. I want to thank all member states and partners for their participation. Today is another interesting and important day. Your engagement reinforced our shared vision for a stronger, sustainable and resilient tourism future. Today we keep that momentum going by placing circular economy principles at the center of our conversations. Tourism is a vital part of the region's economic fabric, but more importantly, this region is a global leader in innovation and in investments. The potential here is huge. We all agreed yesterday, and between 2018 and 2024, the region attracted over 640 greenfield tourist projects. Together, they were worth $66 billion. That's more than 1/3 of global capital expenditure in tourism-related investments. But this investment must be in line with long-term sustainability goals. The challenges that come hand in hand with tourism growth are only too clear. We see them here right across the region. Plastic pollution, and we have another presentation today during today's sessions. Climate vulnerability, with the including landslides and more, and growing pressure on resources, especially water. And we want together to start the process to have a nice showcase of all solutions and all challenges there are, not only Indonesia but in the region, and use Indonesia like a nice showcase how we can plan and how we can build the solutions of different kind of challenges. This is why green investments in tourism sector, they go beyond financial returns, they drive environmental conservation, social inclusion and long-term resilience. This meeting conference gives us a platform to explore that vision through the lens of circular economy, low carbon destinations, energy efficient hotels and nature-based solutions. For us, for UN Tourism, circular economy is not just a concept, it's a practical roadmap. It's about a smarter tourism. That means reducing waste, efficiently using resources, and rethinking the way tourism works. Only this way can we accelerate climate action and move faster toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Dear friends, I'm especially encouraged to see governments, businesses and financial institutions represented here today. Transformative change depends on partnership, and we need alignment between public policy and private capital. UN Tourism is supporting our member states in making circular principles and part of national strategies and scaling up green solutions. Today we, as Honorable Minister mentioned, we are presenting and launching the first ever guidelines, investment guidelines in the Asia and Pacific. This is first big step, I would say, because investment is one of the priorities. There are many priorities we were talking yesterday, but especially investments are very, very important in the region, and Indonesia has a lot of things to offer, a lot of places, a lot of opportunities, and we are very proud and very happy, and I want to thank everyone who was participating in this important document, and again give another member states nice showcase to do it, to present here in Jakarta, and we agreed that this is the beginning of long journey, road shows, meetings, And I'm sure that this book or guideline, or call it as you want, the steps why all of us will have to invest in Indonesia, it's written very clearly. We encourage everyone to invest in Indonesia, come back again many times, and continue our way and support of our dear minister and our dear and beautiful country, which is Indonesia. I'm sure that the themes we were discussing to promote cultural adventure, any kind of tourist and any kind of touristic products can be created in this beautiful country. You have everything and all kind of resources, plus investments, plus creating new jobs, more connectivity. I think this is our plan in the next few years, and very happy to be the humble part of this story and this story. Delegasi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Please remain on the stage because there will be another ceremony, and we invite you to deliver a few words about the guideline. And we would like to invite the Minister of Tourism, Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Ms. Widianti Putriwardana, to join Mr. Zura Pololikashvili on the stage because there will be ceremony of the Tourism Doing Business Investing in Indonesia guideline. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness, this is the ceremony of the Tourism Doing Business Investing in Indonesia guideline that will be delivered by His Excellency Mr. Zura Pololikashvili to the Minister of Tourism, Republic of Indonesia, Ms. Widianti Putriwardana. Please give big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremony of Tourism Doing Business Investing in Indonesia guidelines. Thank you very much, Excellency. Please be seated. Excellencies, honorable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Moving to the next agenda, we are delighted to invite Ms. Natalia Bayona, Executive Director of UN Tourism, to deliver the keynote speech. To Ms. Natalia Bayona, the stage is yours.
Good morning, Secretary General. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, UN Tourism team, high-level delegates, investors, Indonesians. Today is a very special day for me. As I always mention, when I come to this part of the world, I feel purely Indonesian because I see common values from when I compare Indonesia with my hometown, Colombia, in Latin America. This country is full of energy, full of young people committed to bring the country into another level. Every single day, I have been here for 3 times, and every single experience has been absolutely different. So I will start by a personal story, and then of course, I will jump into the presentation about why it is important to invest in Indonesia. But I don't know if you have seen, but you are blessed. In UN Tourism, we travel all around. I have been in more than 100 countries, and this is the second country in the world where I took less than 5 minutes since the moment I went out of the plane until the moment I went out of the airport. And that's efficiency, that's technology, but that as well is a strong message for tourism. Indonesia is committed with tourism, and that commitment is key more than ever in a country, of course, that is receiving a lot of tourism all around the globe. So the exercise that I'm going to do today is the result of what we have been doing, the Ministry of Tourism plus UN Tourism team, in order to promote investments. So this will be a very short and brief framework. So I will do an exercise of being Indonesian for the next 15 minutes. So the idea is, of course, to sell some key points that can help investors, that can help private sector to take good opportunities in a country that, of course, we see it as a model. So before I start speaking about Indonesia, I want to share with you where is the world today when it comes to investments. So, and of course, where is Asia and the Pacific? So foreign direct investment to me is like a roller coaster. And I always say this because there are two key pillars to assure that investments are investments. There are security and trust. And if you analyze tourism, tourism is tourism thanks to both pillars, security and trust. The world, of course, is facing geopolitical changes today. We cannot be blind on them. The new geopolitical order is turning, the Lego, as I say, is turning into a different pieces that we don't know. You know, we don't know where the new political order will be in the coming years. But we know that today we are living in uncertainty, lack of trust, and more than ever, some of the countries want to be more isolated. And that's the result. So of course, when COVID came, when a war came, when a conflict came, always the first sector that constraints in the economy is, of course, investments. So here you can see what I'm saying. So we have seen that after COVID, investments went up. Then the war in Ukraine didn't help. Then the war in the Middle East between Palestine and Israel didn't help as well. And now, more or less, the investment flows are going up. I'm not talking about tourism. This is about the whole economy, how the whole economy is working today. So, by regions, this is from our sister agency, UN Trade and Commerce. So they divide into blocks the investment flows. But you see that by far, this is the region that is receiving the most number of funds when it comes to the private sector. Here, the private sector sees this region as a secure region, as a committed region, and Asia-Pacific and the Middle East are running and leading that career. But look, something that is really important. Europe, that used to be the most mature region, the more stable region in the world, since the war of Ukraine, their foreign direct investments has been dropped. For the first year after the war, we see positive numbers. Last year, it was in minus $75 billion. So this graphic is key for investors because Europe is receiving $104 billion, but look, Latin America is receiving more private equity, private infrastructure investments, North America as well. So at the end, this is how the world is moving when it comes to private investments in all the sectors of the economy. Okay, when we go just to the Middle East and Asia-Pacific, what is happening in this region? So this is nicer, I have to say, because of course it's a roller coaster going up. So the foreign direct investment in Asia and the Pacific remains, of course, strong. and they're reaching a total of $588 billion in 2024. That's important, but again, in a world of uncertainty, where we have tariff wars that of course are connected then to tourism, and then you will see my point, we need to assure confidence and trust in tourism if we want to maintain the levels of investments here in the region. So when it goes to tourism, now let's jump into tourism. So we are already recovered as a sector. That's very important. The projections of UN Tourism says that we will grow, the sector will grow from 3 to 5%. Middle East is growing 132%, related to, if we compare these with 2019, Asia and the Pacific, because as you remember pretty well, it was the region that was closest the most. So, of course, is the one that is not yet recovered, but the numbers are really positive, and you will see them here. When you see Asia-Pacific in 2024 was the region that grew the most, with more than 33% of the people coming to this part of the world. And look how this is curious. Middle East is the one that I told you that was recovering the rapidest by 132%, but it's the one that is growing low. Just 1% is growing. So this is really important because Asia-Pacific is stable in the two ways. It's recovering up in a good way, but on the other side is doing it well when it comes to the positioning of the region all around. So now let's turn to global investments. What is happening in the world when it comes to tourism? Where private equity, investment funds, infrastructure funds are investing? In the last 5 years, there have been almost 500,000 new jobs created thanks to the tourism industry. 3,000 new projects were announced, so $199 billion were invested. Who are those investors? I'm talking only about private sector. Who are those investors? They come from the US, from the UK, from Spain, from Thailand, France, China, Hong Kong, Singapore, UAE, the Netherlands. And this makes a lot of sense because, of course, they are the mature destinations in tourism. So, of course, they have the expertise, their knowledge, they already have mature destinations. So, of course, there's a lot to do in the emerging destinations from their side. So that's a very good opportunity for emerging destinations to seek for private investments that are trying to diversify the way they invest. Then in Asia and the Pacific, so if we go deeper, what is happening in this region? 49% of the projects, of the new greenfield projects, are focused in hotels, in accommodation. That's a key message. Of course, to develop tourism, you need airlines, but then you need hotels. But it's not the only thing that we have. We need as well to diversify the investment promotion into more promotion, into people, into training, into, of course, technology and innovation, so that we create a proper ecosystem for the whole sector. 125,000 new jobs were created in Asia and the Pacific thanks to tourism, and more or less $66 billion were invested with 643 new projects. This is the Financial Times Index. This is the ranking that the Financial Times brings into our attention by regions. So let's see the map of Asia and the Pacific, where we are. Number one country in Asia Pacific that is investing the most and receiving the most number of investment is China, with 91 projects, 91 new projects developing there related to tourism. Number two is India. I don't know if you know, but I read in the news that they are building 40 new airports, for example. So from those 66 40 are for connectivity. The third one is Australia. The fourth one is Japan. The fifth one is Singapore. The sixth one is Vietnam. The seventh is Thailand. The eighth is Indonesia. 9 is the Philippines. And 10, I feel it's Malaysia, correct. So with this said, there's opportunity for everyone when it comes to private investments, because there's a lot of diversification when it comes to the private investments coming to the region. Of course, we need to do more. That's our job in UN Tourism. But this is how the map looks today. From where? So the first map was where are the projects and where are the developments. This slide is about who is investing. So again, if you see, there are the same nationalities: US, Thailand, Hong Kong, UK, France, China, Singapore, Japan, Spain, and Switzerland. So the mature destinations are investing in Asia and the Pacific. Doesn't matter where are them in the ranking. And we have here from the region, of course, Thailand, Hong Kong, China, Singapore, and Japan as key players. But of course, we need to start spreading the voice so that we can create more inter-dialogues to promote investments between the region using different platforms. So with this said, I'm going to present our homework. And of course, it's my pleasure to present these for the first time in Indonesia. I have been doing these in 15 countries in Latin America, 10 countries in Africa, 5 countries in Europe, 2 countries in the Middle East, but this is the first time, but not the only one, because I see a lot of ministers. We already have the commitment with the Philippines, but I know that after these, a lot of countries will join this initiative. So this initiative, the investment guideline, is an exercise that we do together, Ministry of Tourism plus UN Tourism team that is technical and that has a background in economics and of course in investment promotion. So we create a methodology to help the investor to find projects and of course to find key facts that can help them to create a good due diligence and a good case of a study. So the guideline is in your hand. It's a working document because we have it online, so you can see it there. You have the QR to download the guideline, and you have the book as well. But long story short, if I were in front of an investor, first of all, why to invest here? First, a robust GDP and a stable GDP. Second of all, because tourism is a strong priority, and of course, the government has stated 10 super priority destinations to develop, so there's an opportunity. 3, regenerative tourism destinations, and something that I love, because we are really committed on these, is to create a special tourism economic zones. So maybe this, Minister, is an asset, because I have not seen so many countries that have special incentives to create a special tourism economic zones. So this is absolutely something key for an investor, because through the tourism economic zones, of course, you can develop manufacturing among tourism, of course, services, technology, and as well, the hotels. A strategic connectivity, 20 million passengers in marine transport, that's something incredible. 4, Best Tourism Villages of the UN Tourism Award. Of course, a strong say when it comes to diversification, so the country has as part of the strategy to work on high-end luxury experiences, adventure experiences, family-friendly and recreational offerings. So it's not only about sand and beach, and this is key, because this is another trend of what is happening with investors. Then focused on certified talent, that as you know, tourism has a strong gap. Maybe the main problem of tourism is education. 50% of people working in tourism is not well educated. And where always the investors have the challenge to train the people. And when you have a government or an association or someone that is committed on training people, that's another asset, because you don't need to import people from all around. So that's another asset. And of course, technology, I love that. You have a country inside the country full of millennials that are developing startups all around. And, as I mentioned before, different touristic products. So, the first chapter of the guideline, you already have it, is the economic outlook. So, as I already mentioned, 4.2% of average GDP between 2015 until 2024, but the GDP is projected to grow to 5% this year. So, this is an enhancing perception of confidence in the economy, because it's a stability. International tourism arrivals, the same. Of course, tourism dropped thanks to COVID, but after, look what is happening in the country. It's booming, and of course, it already reached the numbers from before. Domestic tourism, that this is something important in a country full of people and talented people. Domestic tourism is booming as well in Indonesia, so there's another opportunity for investors. It had grew by 41% compared to 2019, and the income generated through domestic tourism increased in 291%. So at the end, the numbers are there that can assure direct contribution to the GDP, 4% of the GDP in Indonesia depends on tourism. And in terms of employment, 25 million of the economically active population are formally employed in the sector. Second chapter, you have it there, is the investment outlook. So Indonesia attracted $60 billion investments. Higher, of course, if you see the graphic, of course, is higher if you compare the data with the last years. And it's very focused on hotels, restaurants, hospitality. But look at something really key. From the 60 billion that you have in the global economy, 16 billion goes to tourism. And you have, and this is key, foreign direct investment, but you have as well domestic investment growing. So nationals are committed on tourism infrastructure, but also international infrastructure funds are interested as well. So it's really a balance when it comes, and the main investors are Singapore and Hong Kong when they come from abroad. Supporting new niches, so we have convention halls, international circuits, the World Championship powerboat, so they are projects that are inside the guideline that are seeking for investment. So the idea, of course, is to promote them and to seek for people or funds that are interested in developing these kind of projects. And our fellow from Traveloka has to be here happy with this, but this is true as well. We always have successful stories to tell, not only in terms of hospitality and accommodation, but also in technology, because at the end, technology has to be the backbone to be more efficient. So here, Traveloka founder was here, so you know pretty well the commitment that they have in online, as an online aggregator, but he reached 1.5 billion as a startup in funding. The other one, the other case study here of startups growing and booming in the tech ecosystem is GoHek. They reached 5 billion in funding, and is a provider of food delivery. But of course, here we have more. Today I was reading the news, and 25% of the population of Indonesia is millennial. I am a millennial, but when I saw the numbers, I saw that almost 68 million persons in Indonesia are millennials. So a country itself has a country of millennials. So that's another good opportunity to empower youth, to empower the new generations to create technology so that they can serve the hotels, that they can serve the airports. So that's why, and that's the answer about why you take so fast when you are doing migration in this country, because it's always a startup behind the scenes. The third chapter is about the value proposition, the incentives. I'm not going to take so long, but this is important because, of course, there are, in the guideline, there are the taxes, reductions, the infrastructure support, the employment and training incentives, of course, the investment facilitations. And this is maybe the slide that I love the most because it is the first one, it's the first guideline from almost 30 that we have done that has this. That is that Indonesia is really committed with investment, and the country has created 11 tourism special economic zones. So 11 free trade zones that will be developed just for tourism. So these will, of course, activate trade, manufacturing, technology, but at the end of the day, there will be new cities going on, new developments going on in different niches where, of course, there's a strong program with tax and non-tax incentives to develop these 11 new areas of the country. The last chapter is competitiveness outlook. You have all the data there, but basically, the average expenditure, for example, of a visitor here is 1,600. 25 million people are employed in the sector, almost 30,000 rooms. So these are the typical facts and figures that an investor uses when he's creating an analysis of if there's market or not. And the guideline ends with the projects, of course. What are the projects that are seeking for investments? So the private projects, public projects, or public-private. So in the guideline, you have 10 that the ministry have as a priority. And those, if you sum up all of them, those 10 are seeking for 13 billion investments. So, if you recall what I said, Indonesia is receiving 16. So the plan is ambitious because it's to double the number of the foreign direct investment that the country is receiving today. So, without further ado, I see a lot of positive things, but if I have to sum up, I would say that Indonesia is a case of innovation, of course, because of the special zones specialized for tourism. That's unique. That to have 10, it's a lot. Normally speaking, it's 1, 2, but now in this country there are 10. Second of all, full of millennials, and I am committed and absolutely passionate about the matter, because with the young generations, you are able to develop technology, you are able to create an entrepreneurial mindset, and at the end, that's how the more mature destinations have evolved in the tourism ecosystem. And last but not least, economic stability, seriousness is synonym of trust. So we're ready. The next step, the minister told us that she wants to have this in Japanese because she wants to showcase this in Expo Japan, and of course to work with UN Tourism in other markets so that we are able to reach the goal to bring $13 billion to the economy through tourism. So I hope that you get inspired on the presentation. If you are Indonesian, you need to be proud of being Indonesian, because I'm really proud of this case of study, and let's work together for more. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Natalia Bayona. You may return to your seat. Designed to address the urgent need for sustainable tourism practices in Asia-Pacific region. Against the backdrop of increasing environmental challenges and the growing demand for sustainable tourism, this conference aims to foster dialogue on integrating circular economy principles into tourism policies. The circular economy model, which emphasizes reducing waste, reusing resources, and also regenerating natural systems, offers a transformative pathway for the tourism sector to achieve economic growth while minimizing its environmental footprint. And ladies and gentlemen, UN Tourism Regional Conference, Tourism Policy on Circular Economy, is held by the UN Tourism and also Ministry of Tourism Republic of Indonesia in partnership with Bank Sentral Asia, InJourney Airports, Traveloka, Pelataran Indonesia, Jakarta Tourism and Creative Economy Department, Grab Indonesia, BYD, Bank Indonesia, GoCoco, Lexus, and also Blibli. Excellencies, notable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we arrive to one of the most awaited sessions of today's agenda. In this session, we'll hear more about green investments in tourism, unlocking sustainable growth in Asia and the Pacific. And to lead this discussion, let us welcome our moderator on green investment in tourism, Head of Asia and the Pacific, Bloomberg, Mr. Nitin Jaiswal. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Mr. Nitin Jaiswal.
Okay, hello. So, like each one of you, I travel all over the place very frequently for work. And when I travel, like you, even I attend a lot of formal dinners and events. And I'm always asked which is one of the most memorable dinners or the events I have attended. I can say something which all of you agree. The one we experienced last night was one of the most memorable ones because it was a perfect blend of culture and cuisine. So when I started doing more research on the group, Clarantara, I realized that it is actually a poster child of what ecotourism is all about. So I was very curious to know more, and it was very fascinating. So I thought to set the whole context for our panel today, let me start by sharing a 3-minute video which actually talks about the vision and how this whole group came about. And then from there, I will go to set the context, invite the panel, and lead the discussion. So before that, just enjoy this 3-minute video which we have put together to put into context what one of the best ecotourism vision looks like. Can we get the audio?
On 3 pillars: nature, culture, and community. Ecotourism is not a gimmick. Ecotourism has been in the gene and DNA of Pelataran from the first day of its inception until forever it may be. At Pelataran, we believe that Indonesia's nature is truly God's gift. And the way we can express our gratefulness is through protecting and taking care of it. We may not see God, but we can feel God's presence through nature. At Pelataran, we believe that Indonesia's culture is truly a treasure, and we are responsible to preserving and passing it on to future generations. We are proud Indonesians who ensure the legacy is passed down. At Pelataran, we believe that the Indonesian people are extraordinary people, and we must go together hand in hand to build each other up and contribute to our country. We are Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, and onwards we will strive towards Indonesia Emas. Ecotourism is the way forward. Taking care of nature, serving culture, and contributing to society. Pelataran. We will continue to carry this on, as we are proud to be responsible Indonesians.
Okay, that was quite an impressive one. I have to say that I'm in two minds. Should I actually go and sit and do the panel, or should I actually head out to go one of those resorts? So hopefully after this, we are all excited to explore some of the great resorts over here mentioned here, and also what Indonesia has to offer. But let me get going by setting the context for today's panel. And some of the numbers have been shared by the Honorable Minister and the other speakers. But to put our discussion into context, let me share some of those numbers. So last year, as we know, that almost 1.4 billion people were actually traveling, contributing to $1.9 trillion of economic value. Within Asia, as we all know, they contribute almost 8 to 9% of total GDP and provide employment to over 7 to 8% of the workforce. But more importantly, the tourism sector has been one of the fastest growing compared to the normal economy. So the reason why I'm actually sharing this number is the tourism sector with such huge numbers can play a very important part in solving the climate crisis. As we all know, we have been struggling to solve, but tourism could be one sector which could show the way how do we actually resolve, given its strong importance in the overall economy. And that is what we are going to discuss in today's session. So, but also one of the things we have to keep in mind, very interesting numbers I've seen, is this number I was seeing that sustainability on the side, 83% of travelers care about sustainability, but even though 40% cheaper, there are only 39% act on it. So everybody feel they want to contribute something, but somehow when it comes to act, just like the climate commitment, it is not happening. So sector has an important role to change that. So let's discuss what's going to happen, especially given the geopolitical situation where climate is not a big focus. We already struggle to attract capital, green capital. Now, given the geopolitical situation, we may have more challenge attracting that. That also means that Asia-Pacific in general and Indonesia in particular has a great opportunity to provide that leadership to the world, that how we could attract green capital with the right policies and with the right projects. That will be the focus of our discussion. So to help us navigate this discussion, so let me invite our four panelists. First, let me invite my good friend Riziki Handiani. He is the Deputy Minister for Tourism and Creative Economy. So I have done quite a few panels with her in Bali, Singapore, India, and happy to do that in Jakarta as well. And second, so let me invite the person behind the impressive ecotourism, the group of Pelataran, Joshua Marquez, sorry. And I have to say that I'm going to get his number to get some discounts to the amazing resorts he has. So hopefully I'm not going to ask you difficult questions, okay? So let me invite Alex. He's the Managing Director at PT Abutan Impact Ventures. And last but not least, Alexander Fernandez. He's the Chief Investment Officer at IFC Indonesia. So we have 35 minutes to go through our discussion. So we will keep the conversation compact, and I want to make sure that we have some key outputs as part of the discussion, and just not something we discuss, but I'm looking for those outcomes which the stakeholders can take it, when they're looking at policy making. So let me start with you, Ritiki. Okay. And you have played a key role in promoting the 10 New Bali's initiative to decentralize tourism beyond Bali and drive regional tourism development. And one of the key themes which you have been talking about, Indonesia is committed to sustainable tourism as a driver for local jobs and community development. Okay? So I would like to know from you is, how is Indonesia aligning? It's a very difficult thing to align the two, keep going green, taking care of environment, but achieving economic growth and also providing jobs. So how are you aligning those different interests?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nitin. Good morning, everyone. I'm very delighted to be here to share the policy of the Ministry of Tourism regarding investment, especially in green investment. You know that Indonesia, since I think decades already, preparing several national policy on sustainable tourism. In 2021, we have a sustainable tourism destination standard. This is for the macro, to see how Ministry of Tourism is really focusing on sustainable tourism development. Has been where the sustainable tourism destination standard has been internationally recognized by global sustainable tourism councils. And in 2023, we have a tourism decarbonization roadmap, which is we working with the UNDP, and now it continuing with currently we developing an online decarbonization reporting portal, which is working with our association, the tourism industry associations. And then we have blue, green, and circular economy principles in the tourism sectors, which already launching in 2024. It is a baseline on how our tourism industry implementing the blue, green, and circular economy. So when we talk about the circular economy, it means that we involving the local community and the local industry. As well, now we are working on food waste management guidelines. We're working with the National Policy Board and with the support of Denmark, government of Denmark. So, and how that we put the community or as a lead on developing sustainable tourism development. Since last 5 years, we're focusing on village tourism. We already have over 6,000 village registered, which really empower the local. And then now our Minister, Ibu Widi, also focusing in village tourism, because we know that tourism should be benefit for the locals. It's not only for the big industry, but for the local, because they are the players. They are who will taking care of the destinations. So in this village tourism concept, we are empowering local, and then with the capacity building, not only for the marketing, but also the tourism destination management, and also for the business, because we know that if you don't know how to run the business in village, and then you only it's only branding, is not sustainable. So this is some of our policy, and also other initiative from local for a food waste management, and then also now we have Gerakan Wisata Bersih, or clean up the destination. It's also put our local community who leading on sustainable practices. So the government facilitate this in almost all destinations in Indonesia.
I have to say this whole concept of village tourism is very unique. I have not heard that much. And I think in this part of the world, in Africa, this will be a very interesting trend. And it could be a very interesting case study also, how other countries could actually take and implement. And you talk about creating this 10 Balis. I have to say, Bali is my favorite tourist destination, largely because the way they were able to, have a convergence of culture and the whole experience. So that's, really great work on Bali, and I hope that your 10 Balis and also this village tourism is able to achieve that. So policies are always good on paper. Okay, policies are always made with right intention. But when you have an entrepreneurs who go to implement, there are always going to be challenges. So that is where I'm going to pivot next to the person who actually made a very interesting pivot in his career as well. So from a lawyer to into the tourism hospitality industry, not only in hospitality, but in ecotourism as well. I was just reading about you. It's quite interesting that you see nature not as a backdrop, but as a co-host in tourism. That's a very interesting thought which you have. And also you talk about integrating conservation, culture, and community into the business model. Very many people actually struggle, but you have actually demonstrated, as we saw in the video. So Joshua, I just want to understand from you, what are the challenges one face when you try to integrate this at the same time following the policies, and what could be something which people need to be aware of?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you to Ms. Bayona to present it for Indonesia, and that's really helpful for all of us, to go international for having the investor knowing more informations. So to respond to that question, I think since this is a high-level discussions, I would need to go to the background information of the whole thing before Pelataran goes to the nitty-gritty of that questions. First, I think the very important thing basically to understand the strategic role of tourism in Indonesia economy and growth and investments. Now, tourism in Indonesia is a game, I would say, is a game changer of growth of Indonesia economy. Since its DNA meets number one, is an export-oriented, no tariff dispute, labor-intensive, preserving nature, culture, and community, as well as a solutive nexus of an Indonesia middle-class trap. Since most of them working in tourism at the informal workforce, and therefore tourism actually growing, contribute 4.5% of the Indonesian GDP in 2024. It's about 14 million foreigners come to Indonesia 2024. More than 1 billion domestic travels. But we are still number 5 in the rank of ASEAN. That's to say there's a lot of room to grow for tourism in Indonesia. When we're doing this one, we cannot disregard the role of the government as a regulator and also to enforce. Is indisputable for tourism industry, especially number one, for a policy that we would call a tourism-friendly policies, including investment, visas, concession period, airline route, and so forth. Second, to fund the tourism events and promotions, very important. And last but not least, I would call it providing soft and hard infrastructure, including taxation. But we cannot only see the Ministry of Tourism. We have to go to many other ministries to support, including Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Transportation, and so forth, and also the local governments. So, very important on those 10 things, there's a lot of opportunities, there is a support, and last but not least, if I would say, Indonesian tourism meets all the relevant advantages and differentiation elements in the ecotourism requirements for sustainable tourism. Ministry of Tourism, I think they have launched in 2025 the most important thing is I think for quality tourism on clean tourism movement and tourism upgrade program. This to respond of the next level or the different class of tourism. Now let me go very short and what's happening in the industry. Number one, the industry, I would say could be a considerable investment period, investment return. Number two is always connected to the ESG. As we all know, all sectors in the business always now relating to the requirement of ESG. And that is very important. Number three, we need to understand exactly what is our target tourism and tourists. And last but not least, on the connectivity issues. And we need to also understand, we need to work harder to ensure the direct benefit to the ecotourism, especially to the carbon trading and so forth, which is basically still a lack of implementation regulations. Now, on Pelataran. I think on Pelataran, based on those background, we create our philosophy. Since we were born in 2009, only with 25 employees, now we have more than 2,600 employees around the world, around Indonesia. Number one, we do have a very clear DNA from the very beginning, which is basically, as you saw on the video, on culture, nature, and community, that is the essential part of Indonesia. Second, we have a clear vision for Indonesia and Indonesian to go to the global stage. Our business model is very clear. What we call it is connecting tunnels. We have a true taglines such as True Indonesian Icon, Hospitality with Impact, and Home of Next Level Indonesian Hospitality. That would be our guidance when we do the business. We could be one and the only Indonesia of what we call it Indonesia Hospitality Platform for investment. So the investor will look on the pool of investment provided therein. Our principle is 3P, for profit, people, and planet. And of course, we do all these things for purpose of life. Last but not least, for this fundamental philosophy is, we see when we do something for the tourism, we don't only do it for the customer, but most important, for the place itself. Because the type of tourists are people who appreciate the business people who giving back to the nature and to the people. Now, last but not least, on the basic approach that we do, is a very clear new tourism market segments and positionings. Very clear focus on what we're doing in our DNA, which is based on experience engagement. Tourist now is doing basically not only luxury, but on the engagement. We have a concept of we connect with our 41 venue and dining, 10 hotels of our 8 boats to serve for the tourists. And we have a concept of culture exchange and sustainability development diplomacy, which we have started in Japan with Okura. And everything environment, when we do environment, there is a cost on that one. So we need to calibrate it in accordance with our cost control. Through branding, and that's reflecting, as you saw in the video, what Pelataran Menjangan. How we did Pelataran Menjangan? When they call us, the government, can you do this national park for conservation? The first thing that we did, not to conserve the flora and fauna, but the people. We make sure the people have jobs, have clear things, so they don't shoot the birds any longer, they don't cut the trees, and based on that one, now they are becoming the stewards of our national park by heart, and that is very much engaged, connected to the guests. So that is in a nutshell what we are doing right now.
No, I think the most important what you talked about, tourism does not get impacted by the tariff wars. I think that's something which people wanted to hear. But and also the fact that, you talked about the connectivity is such an important element. And I can tell you, we have been actually talking about connectivity between India and Bali for quite some time. You started one flight and you see the number of tourists from just one city. But hopefully as the connectivity grows from other part of India and other places, definitely that is going to go. The numbers are going to go up. So we heard the policymakers. We also saw how entrepreneurs were able to use those policies to build a very successful business. that also means a lot of people sitting in the audience are also excited. They want to get into this whole ecotourism space. So that actually helps us to pivot to the next speaker we have, Alex, who runs a Catalyst Capital, focus on supporting impact-driven ventures. And one of the interesting quote which I have to share, which we have talked about, is green tourism is not a niche, it's the future mainstream. So if there are entrepreneurs who get excited by the policies which Minister talked about and an entrepreneur talked about successful, how do you evaluate an ecotourism proposal if somebody wants to raise funds? What is your framework to describe what's a good proposal look like?
Thank you very much for the question, and it's an absolute honor to be here. The event has been spectacular. Kudos to Ibu Widi and her team. In terms of frameworks, we are solely focused on businesses that make money. And this is unique in that we feel that you can harness the rails of free market capitalism to drive the change that you want to see. We believe that there's no better way to make positive change in this world at scale by leveraging a company. Companies are highly efficient, they're driven to perform, they're driven to succeed, and this is our primary thesis. We also seek out companies, obviously, that make money. We typically look for ventures or projects that generate north of 15% IRR as an opportunity. And so has to be a business, has to scale, has to have business performance, has to have a positive environmental or social impact on the local economy or the local environment. And this is what we're primarily focused on. To give you an example, Bali is growing very strongly. We're very excited by the growth in Bali. We're also looking at the fact that with that growth, there's significant growing pains in the domain of waste management. We've stepped in with a solution that seeks to monetize the waste and convert plastic to a commodity that can be sold to an off-taker, convert the organic waste, the food waste, to a commodity that again can be sold to an off-taker. And we're tackling a problem that's measured in the millions of tons of CO2. And we're doing it quickly and we're doing it efficiently. Now, this is not to say that those organizations that are making the plastic benches out of plastic or manufacturing compost, and providing that to the local community. We need everybody. We need everybody joining hands and tackling this problem together. We're looking at the larger scale opportunities that can make a significant impact and do that quickly. And we think that the best way to impact the waste management crisis on Bali is to establish a large company, a large plant that will process this waste efficiently, generate valuable commodities, and return the benefit of that business back to the local community. In our particular venture, we're looking at scale of returning about $10 million per year to the local waste picker community. So it's a significant impact to the environment and significant impact to the community.
Thank you, Alex. You talk about, in terms of the money is the main driver in terms of when evaluating a project. That's fair enough because you are investing other people's money. So the return is a very important element. But not all projects basically can be seen from that lens, and that is where the multilateral agencies come in to help, scale up some of those projects and through the blended finance. And that's where I want to get Alex into the conversation, because your key theme has been tourism cannot scale without green infrastructure. Blended finance is key, Alex. So I just want to find out from you, from your perspective, what are the biggest barriers to inviting private capital, also the blended capital, into the eco-green tourism?
So barriers are a great question. And we spend a lot of time not only developing our own projects, but also coaching and mentoring founders who are looking to make an impact in this space. And I've been talking to founders in this region for years, for over 3 years now. One of the biggest boundaries that I see in the impact community is understanding who your investor is. A lot of people come to this venue of impact investing with preconceived notions on what an investor is, what they're looking for, and very often they're wrong, very often they're mistaken. When people think of an investor, they immediately think of VC, right? The VC investor. VC investors are looking for low capital, high growth, typically software solutions, right? That's been the narrative for the past several years. We've had a tremendous amount of success looking at corporates, corporations as investment partners. Corporations need distribution to survive. They look for new markets to enter. And Indonesia provides an abundance of opportunities for these corporations. We've had strong partnerships with engineering companies in our waste management project that I just spoke of. We have another venture called Sama-Sama Seaplanes. We're putting 9 seaplanes in the air over the next 3 years here in Indonesia across the country to make it easier for high-quality tourists to reach the remote regions of the country. And it's a corporate partner that we have for that investment. We've attracted over $14 million from this corporation. So understanding your investor and understanding who to go after in this region is critical. And if anybody needs any help, whether you're on the government side or whether you're a venture builder yourself, please tap me on the shoulder after this. I'd love to help you. We're very passionate about supporting this community in this region.
Thank you. So Alexander, from IFC perspective as a multilateral organization, you heard about the policies, you heard about the kind of a vision which a VCs has, but that is not going to solve all the problem. But you focus a lot also on the blended finance is the way forward. From the IFC perspective, how do you think we can actually resolve this, the stalemate of attracting capital into the ecotourism? So you have worked in LATAM, you have worked across the world. So what has been your experience to solve that problem?
Thank you. First of all, thank you to the UN Commission for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. For those of you who don't know, IFC is the private sector arm of the World Bank Group. We share the same development objectives as the World Bank, but we do our business with the private sector. So we invest and fund private projects, private sponsors, private companies. On a personal note, I've been with IFC for longer than I care to remember. For the past 10 years in Asia, but I am a recent arrival to Jakarta. I am now based here. I've been here for the past 3 weeks or so. And so I'm interested in tourism not only as an investment opportunity for a bunch of the reasons that were highlighted during the keynote speech, but I'm also very interested in tourism in Indonesia as a tourist. And I will be here for a few years, and I can already feel it won't be long enough to really explore the country. Look, I think challenges to investments in tourism, some of them as we see it, and that's not just the case in this region, but across the world. Part of it has to do with what Alex mentioned. Across sectors, we are a private sector-oriented organization. We need to make a return on the investments we make. So the risk issues, issues of supply and demand, overcapacity, etc., all of these risks are part of the considerations that we take into account when making our investment decisions. And that's true for all of our investments across all sectors. This is, for many reasons, but in particular, the potential for job creation, a very important sector for us. One of the things that we do by virtue of having a global presence and relationships across regions and different countries in the region is to look to help partners from different regions explore investments in new countries and new destinations. It's something that we are keen to do and are keen to do here in Indonesia as well. I think part of the challenge is, you know, tourism and sustainable tourism, you can't really do it in isolation. There has to be a supportive ecosystem, whether that means sustainable access to destination, linkages to sustainable supply chains, food and beverage, but other inputs as well. Waste, sanitation. I think the concept of sustainable tourism to be well developed needs to be integrated into a broader ecosystem. To that extent, we have the benefit of working with our colleagues at the World Bank itself, who have an opportunity to engage with policymakers and hopefully steer things in a better direction. And at the project level, we have developed a number of interventions that help at the project level, whether that means making properties or portfolio of properties more sustainable, enhancing sustainability of supply chains, better relationship and development of staff. I think this was mentioned earlier as well. It's a key issue. We have developed programs that help us hopefully improve the outcomes of the investments we make. But to be really successful, this needs to be integrated into a broader ecosystem. And I think that's sometimes a challenge.
Thank you. So we got a very good perspective from the policymakers, from the entrepreneurs, private capital, and private/blended capital, how I actually look at. So that is the only way for us to move forward if we really want to attract more capital into the ecotourism space. So when I'm running short of time in the panel, so one of the games which I actually play on the stage is called the elevator pitch. Okay, so we pick up one common theme for all the 4 panelists, and you get that 1 minute to have that elevator pitch on a topic which I think everybody in the room care about. And that one which I have is, given the geopolitical situation we are in, the world lacks leadership, and there is a lack of focus away from the green and the sustainability and the climate side. Okay, a lot of capital which was supposed to come from West, we may actually struggle to get that. But we also know that it is very important that we need to have that capital. Okay? So if you have to come up as part of your elevator pitch that one idea in 1 minute, what will that be? So Alexander, let me start with you, and then we end with the minister, that 1 minute of your elevator pitch of how can Asia-Pac take the leadership in providing green capital.
Just to make sure I understood the question, IFC to take the leadership in attracting green capital?
Yeah, Asia-Pac taking the leadership.
Good question. Look, I think fundamentally built on networks, destination, and infrastructure that already exists. I think that as a region, it's probably a little bit further ahead than other parts of the world. I think there is a lot to build here. I think it is, as a destination, in this country in particular, very exposed to climate risks. I think that in general, domestic market, but people in the region are probably more concerned and aware of the implications. So I think the concept is probably more natural here, but I think that it's still work in progress. I think raise awareness, events like this, hopefully we can contribute, not just ourselves, but the World Bank in general. And the one thing I will say, though, the world does not lack capital, despite the uncertainties. The challenge is finding a good risk-return profiles in investments. If you have a good project, investors will come. Capital is rarely really the constraint.
Great.
That's a great question, and I'm so glad that you asked Alex first so that I could have a couple of seconds to regroup and think about a response. But I think that, look, I'm gonna say the quiet part out loud. We're in a changing world order at this time, in this moment. And we know that investment is largely dependent on relationships, who we set those relationships with in particular. And if you take a look at the global impact investing world, there's a report that's done by Morningstar. They're the largest fund manager. And it's something, I'm going to get the numbers wrong, they're constantly changing, but order of magnitude is going to be correct. It's something along the lines of 85% of the capital for impact investing comes from Europe. And so I think that there's a very strong opportunity. We saw from Natalia's research that America was sort of leading the way in terms of foreign direct investment for a long time. And that's looking in the rearview mirror over the past 5 years. Looking out the windshield, I think that there's a huge opportunity for Europe and other Asian countries that are also seeing growth in their economies and looking to redeploy, especially with an impact-driven thesis. So going back to what I said previously, it's understanding your investor, it's understanding the needs, it's understanding what's going on globally, and there's a huge opportunity to reforge some of those relationships and refocus and deploy the capital in this region because Indonesia does indeed have a wonderful set of opportunities here, wonderful business climate.
Okay, so we had coming up with the right projects, right relationships. What's the third one? What's your elevator pitch? Yours. So yours.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we have to acknowledge ecotourism is a part of the ecosystem of ESG for any business. Any investor would like to go towards, any sector would need to have an ESG. And ESG is very much related to ecotourism. That's the first principle that I take. Second, on this investor interest, number one, of course, is trust. And trust is talking about reputation, how you do your governance. The second is how you do the collaborations. Nothing in the world that you can do yourself. Even you are so strong, you need a collaborations. The third is basically how creative you are in your business, while at the same time you steward the ecotourism. And last but not least, that is a very much important that basically we do the Kaizen. We do the improvement from time to time and to ensure that we respond to the investors and to the market. That means everything at the end of the day has to be commercial to support our sustainability. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Right focus is your pitch. So Minister has the last say on your elevator pitch of how we could collaborate and take leadership to attract more capital.
Okay, I think I just, when I listen for the others, I think still want to continue that what before we implement. First, the innovations. We need to always creative, looking for innovative project or innovative development on like ecotourism. Ecotourism already discussed maybe more than 20 years ago, but it's always changing, and then we need to innovate it, our industry, how to cope with the situation. And the second is adaptations. I think very important to see how the market is now, what they want, and then very important, the authenticity is very important, that you still need to develop or encourage your local, always to provide the authenticity of your products. And the third one, what Mr. Joshua mentioned, is collaborations. I think in UN tourism, this is what we really enhance, the collaboration between the countries. We cannot survive, we cannot grow by our own, but we need to collaborate. It's not only in our regions, I think the most important in our regions, but also with other regions. So thank you to UN Tourism who always bring the visions of the sustainability, the collaborations, and as well as you're assisting us on how to put tourism still in the very important sector to provide the job for the welfare of the peoples. So once again, thank you. Thank you for the UN and also for your support to Indonesia. Thank you.
Yeah. So I just have to just summarize the conversation. I think the key takeaway to me is each country in the region is competing for the same dollars to attract green capital. Okay? If we really care about the planet, one of the key themes for us to take the leadership role is to collaborate, not compete. Yes, compete at some level, but we need to collaborate. But at the same time, we need to focus on innovation. Okay? And innovation, I don't see only in terms of technology innovation, but also I see innovation in terms of our approach. The way we evaluate projects, the way we invest into projects, and the way we actually come up with solutions also require innovation. Because as we have seen, and I say this, we struggle a lot to solve the climate crisis and attract climate capital. Okay? Maybe the leadership here is to be innovative and collaborative to solve that. Hopefully, Asian leaders step up to provide that. And next time when we meet, hopefully in Bali, or one of the 10 Balis which you are actually trying to propagate, we will have some ideas on that, or maybe that could be a good point of discussion for us. What are the areas of collaboration and innovation to solve the climate crisis? So we had 35 minutes. We managed to cover quite a bit of ground to get some good insight onto that, because I know 35 minutes is not enough, but thanks to all four of you, we managed to cover a lot of ground. We got some good insight, but good starting point, I'll say, for us to take the conversation forward. So thanks to all my panelists, and thanks everyone in the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of the speakers and also moderator. Please remain on the stage because there will be a photo session together. There will be a photo session together with all of the speakers and also moderator. I invite all of the photographers to capture this wonderful moment. So, ladies and gentlemen, while waiting for the next agenda, if you are interested for a coffee break, we invite you to take several food and also beverages with you, but please come back to this room because right after this, we will continue to the next agenda. So, ladies and gentlemen, once more, please give a round of big applause for all of the speakers and also moderator for this session. And ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. And once again, I would like to inform all of the delegates, if you want to have a coffee break, you may take food and also beverages with you, but please remain on the room because we will continue for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you once again that UN Tourism Regional Conference Tourism Policy on Circular Economy is held by the UN Tourism and also Ministry of Tourism Republic of Indonesia in partnership with Bank Sentral Asia, In Journey Airport, Traveloka, Pelataran Indonesia, Jakarta Tourism and Creative Economy Department, Grab Indonesia, BYD, Bank Indonesia, GoCoco, Lexus, and also Blibli. Once again, we would like to remind to all of the delegates, if you want to have a coffee break, we invite you to take the food and also beverages with you right now. And please go back to this room because we will continue to the next agenda. There will be a keynote presentation about integrating circular economy principle in tourism. So it is time for you to have a coffee break right now and bring your food and also your beverages with you. And we will continue for the next session. Once more, we would like to inform you, please note, to all of the delegates and also participants, please return at 11:50 a.m. to continue for the next session. Thank you and enjoy your refreshments.
Merindukan tatapan kagummu. Membayangkan ramai tepuk tanganmu dan menantikan kedatanganmu. Kami di sini untukmu. Bersama mereka yang ingin mengisi harimu. Dan yang ingin dekat denganmu. Semangat kami masih tersimpan. Dan kami telah menyiapkan setiap keindahan dan kekayaan.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you all that you may have a coffee break right now, and then please bring your food and also your beverages, and please return to the room at 11:55. And don't forget to bring your food and also beverages with you, because we will start another session at 11:55.
Kami tahu kamu pun ingin cepat kembali. Karenanya, kami selalu menjaga tempat ini. Sampai nanti kamu kembali dengan rasa tenang, kami tunggu di sini, di Indonesia aja.
This is an eternal story from the past. An angel that alight from heaven sojourned in a hidden paradise of Minahasa. Time feels like it's standing still. Stare at her sophistication, Luma Lundung. Her mansuetude refined, blend into the rhythm of the earth she traversed. In her sojourn, Luma Lundung converged with a swain named Mama Nua. Both of them then become lovebirds. They live together like an ordinary human. They were blessed with a daughter, whose eyes of her as beautiful as the orb of night. Her name was Walang Sanda.
Distinguished delegates, thank you very much for joining us. We request all of you to be back to your seats, because we will proceed to the next event shortly.
Nonetheless, the union of them.
Once again, we would like to inform to all of the delegates, please bring your food and also your beverage with you, because right after this, we will start for another session. Distinguished delegates, we will continue for the agenda shortly. May we kindly ask you to be seated? Thank you. And once again, we would like to inform to all of the participants, to all of the delegates who are right now having a coffee break, please come back to the room and bring your food and also your beverages with you, because right after this, we will start another session. Okay, once again, to all of the delegates, we would like to inform you all, please come back to the room and bring your food and also your beverages with you, because right after this, we will start another session. Okay, Excellencies, notable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, moving to the next agenda, we are delighted to invite Ms. Zoritsa Urosevic, Executive Director, UN Tourism, to deliver the keynote speech. To Ms. Zoritsa Urosevic, the floor is yours.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you. I think we have heard since this morning really the foundation of where we want to go. And I think that the discussion on investment is directly linked to what we are going to address now. We have heard from the speakers, from the Minister, from the Secretary General, from Natalia, the importance of the connection between investment and sound operations. And I think the previous speaker are perfectly paving the way for the importance of integrating circularity in the tourism economy. Why? First, let me recall that tourism is trade. We were in 2019 the third export earning category after fuel and chemicals. After COVID, we dropped to the 9th position, and now we are back on the 5th position, meaning that you have fuel, chemicals, food, automotive, and tourism. So we are a very, very strong economic sector, which is beyond other sectors, providing livelihoods and jobs. And I think we never have to forget that. Secondly, I think that what is very important as well to understand is the difference between the approach of and the knowledge of the private sector and its operations and policymakers when it comes to sustainability. We understand there is a huge gap. And this is why we stand with you today, trying to have an inception and a deep dive in the opportunities and the importance of the leadership and the drive of policymakers for shifting, adapting, and adjusting policies to enable and to unlock the capacity to move into circular economy. Now, why do we need to take action? Yesterday, I shared some data and explaining that we have about the cost of non-action is represented by 3.5 trillion cost in waste management. But this is the end result of the impact of non-action. And traditional and linear economy is leading really to a huge loss, not only in terms of gap in impact for the climate, but as well impact for the economy and lost opportunities. So we definitely need to change and shift beyond resource efficiency, and we need to adopt a systemic transformation. Now, what we are going to look at is exactly this value of the waste, how we can transform it. And I love in the previous session, some of the speakers were really bringing out the value of using and reusing. Now, this is an illustration that I put together because I think it is important that we understand the full picture. The full picture is related to not only addressing impact on the planet, which sustains us and that we need for the future, but as well why businesses are engaging in circularity, because it's a good business model. Now, the problem is that we have, and the challenge is that looking into circularity doesn't only depend on tourism ministries, and thank you to the Minister earlier of Industry explaining and the collaboration that is happening between the Tourism Ministry, the Industry Ministry, but as well the Environment Ministry, because it is all related to policies. So we, as a development agency, as a UN development agency, we are there to bring as well on board multilateral stakeholders to help you build your dialogue at the country level as well. Because ultimately, what we want is to bring more profit, to have a more competitive sector, to have a greater brand value, and to create more jobs. So we need, at the top, is to really create new livelihoods and new green jobs. We need better prosperity. We need SMEs to flourish and new SMEs to take the opportunity in the circularity arena. And of course, we need to reduce the cost, the impact on the planet, on the resources, and the impact on the inequalities, because this as well has a very important aspect. So unlocking a circular regenerative economy should be the target and the goal we should be looking at through various lenses: decarbonization, regeneration, and of course adoption by the circularity models. But we need as well to measure and finance. And I love the highlight about ESG. Environmental and social governance reporting for businesses is becoming the core and the key for investors. So therefore, there is one element of importance while you are reporting on ESG, when you have very positive results, being it on the economy, on the environment, but on the society, you are having much more chances to be an attractive company. Now, I wanted to share with you the example of Indonesia, because we are here. I think it is an excellent example, because the roadmap for tourism is really plugged and accompanied within the vision of the country as a whole. So the accommodation sector is integrating really different elements of the circularity, starting from procurement, because this is essential, the waste reduction and recycling, but as well energy efficiency and renewable, because we will see further down the line that the opportunity of circularity as well is bringing opportunities to create new sources of energy and renewable energy. Where, what I said earlier, we need to generate and increase income from this opportunity, from designing for zero waste, enabling new business models, and this is what the policymakers need to address. We need to have better experiences for customers, because this is a demand today. Customers are much more sensitive and aware of sustainability principles. And we need to create value through the reuse, closing the loop through recycling, of course. These are the appliances and the aspects, because tourism has a very broad value chain. Of course, we are speaking about hospitality and accommodation, but it's much bigger than that. Recreational activities, transport as well, is very essential to take into consideration in the whole value chain. And I think that the principle of circularity needs to be embedded in most of the aspects. So the creation of value and partnership is essential, and bringing landfill waste to zero is really the ultimate target. But before we go there, we need to look at what is available today for helping you policymakers to move and to adopt this shift. The World Tourism Organization is the lead of one of the most successful UN program with the United Nations Environment Program called One Planet for Sustainable Tourism. Within this program, our ultimate target is to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal, but most importantly, the new mark of measurement for the world is climate impact, because this is the ultimate result that we want to achieve, reducing the impact of the sector on the planet. And the action that we are doing in climate neutrality have one pending low-hanging fruits and opportunity with circularity, because looking at circularity is really reducing the footprint, but as well providing opportunities. Now, there are two main parts which we see as an immediate opportunity, and they were both highlighted today. One is on plastics and pollution and waste, and the other one is on food. Now, the Global Tourism Plastic Initiative that we launched in 2020 with United Nations Environment Program and the Ellen MacArthur Foundation is really having a lot of adoption, about 268 signatories we have. Mostly 27% are from this region here in the South Pacific and Asia and Pacific. And this reconciles very much with the opportunities and the growth of the sector, one, and the second on the interest and appetite of investors investing in the region. So the commitment of this region is going beyond any doubt of any other region in the world. So I think that we are here speaking to people that are already committed, policymakers that are very much aware, and I think that we just need to accelerate and scale up these efforts in all the destinations globally. Now, the signatory of the Plastic Initiative are meant to report on a yearly basis, and this is what we are reporting. So this reporting is really bearing fruits and results. Now, I'm going to share with you something that maybe you are less familiar, because as policymakers, maybe this is just evidence because you are as well going in hotels. But I think it's important to understand that these are the immediate opportunities for circularity. So stirrers, straws, water bottle, toothbrush, toiletry, clean. So all of these have been listed and analyzed as a good practice in a publication that we have, a report that we have, and which is as well guiding the sector in the adoption with a clear analysis of the positive impact on the change and the shift for single-use plastic for elimination. But replacing it with other single-use material is not a good option either. So we need to really look into innovative solutions. Now, here as well, I think that we decided to have just like one or two examples. You know all very well that you can refill your bottles, because we are encouraging not to use plastic bottles, but as well very successful undertaking in replacement in the rooms of toiletries, and we can see, and we have already measured, the saving could represent 15% of saving, not only in terms of financial terms, but as well on impact terms. And of course, some innovative ways of manipulating food, looking at 1,100 return on investment when it comes to the costs of those elements. Sorry, I just wanted as well to share with you that from one of the reports, this is really an excellent, I can say, report to consult when it comes to the examples and the evaluation of the cost related to impact to be adopted. That as well should guide the policymakers to enable right policies and incentives for investment in this field. Now, the other part I was just explaining is food. Food is certainly one of the most immediate opportunity, which doesn't require really a huge investment in technology, but a change in the business model and how food, the whole food system is handled. We know from the Food and Agriculture Organization that 1/3 in the planet of food is wasted. From UNEP and joint work we have been doing under the One Planet program, we know that 40% of food purchased in the accommodation sector in hospitality is wasted. It is a huge amount of food wasted. And we know as well that the emission globally of the food waste is 8%. When it comes to the hospitality sector, to the tourism sector, we represent, this 40% of waste represents 3% of global emissions worldwide. So while on the one hand, we are encouraged to reduce this, we have as well the opportunity to really relook at the whole food system value chain to see how we can better use and reduce this waste, but as well look at the surplus, because in this waste there is a huge portion, about half, could be a surplus that could be feeding into food security, food needs, and then, of course, bringing other livelihoods. Now, this initiative is a very strong one, and we really encourage food to be really at the core of the principle of circularity, because plastic sometimes might need more time, might need more regulations, while food is really something that is much more accessible to even small SMEs. Because we know all that gastronomy is really a key decision point in the unique selling proposition for destinations choices for travelers. So that is really something that is extremely important. We have published a roadmap for food waste, which I encourage you to discover. We have as well webinars and training modules. We are very happy to be supporting destinations that are interested more in this topic. And what we want to explain is that the higher value retained by reducing food waste, and actually as well what I just explained is that in food waste there is a huge part that is a surplus which is good food, which is going to give opportunities to local NGOs, to social enterprises to flourish for the redistribution with, of course, safety and dignity. I want as well to share with you that we are going to launch a major initiative with Cambridge University on looking at the lens of a major sustainable food systems, which is going to be providing prototypes, very concrete prototypes for every single partner, I can say stakeholder in the sector to be engaged, being them policymakers, but being them as well enterprises or local destinations. Here, I wanted to share as well some good practices, and what I felt very important is to really underline the savings it represents. So circularity is not only bringing value, but it is as well bringing financial value besides bringing an immense environmental reduction value. In Indonesia, for example, we are estimating the savings of $340,000 US in 23. In Costa Rica, redistribution, what I just mentioned, in 15 destinations represent 1.1 billion meals donated from the tourism sector to local communities. In Soneva, on-site produce worth is reduction is 200,000 because the food is composted and then it is sometimes transformed in energy because the end food waste can be used for producing energy. In Acara in the UAE, accelerating composting again is producing a really reduction in emissions. And so we have many examples that demonstrate the real value in engaging in circularity. But the most important, and that's what I said at the very beginning, this is not a a strategy that can be implemented by one single stakeholder. The companies, the stakeholders, the private sector is at the core of the transformation because this is where the operations are happening. While on the other hand, the Ministry of Tourism needs to drive and have a leadership in the policy making, which then needs to connect to many other actors at a national level, but as well at the global level. And this is where we, as UN Tourism, being a development agency of the United Nations system, we bring on board as well the knowledge, the strength, and the competencies to support this transformation, being it with the United Nations Environment Programme, with FAO, with UNFCCC, and we are there to really catalyze and help tourism ministries to engage in a stronger dialogue at the national level. So we can induce and catalyze that dialogue at the national level, which is essential. And of course, thank you, colleague from IFC, for being there with us. I think that international finance institutions have really a key role to play. And I would suggest that, you know, when we are looking at grants, sometimes in the development world, we should be looking at grants to look at the blended model. The grants should be helping policymakers and the whole strategy to happen to better understand, while investment should be then coming to complement this advisory part, so is a blended model. And I think this is really one of the future steps we are going to undertake, while we are really strongly encouraging all stakeholders to engage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zorica Orosevic. You may return to your seat. Excellencies, honorable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before we're moving to the next agenda, I would like to inform you several information. The 37th joint meeting of the UN Tourism Commission for East Asia and the Pacific, and also the UN Tourism Commission for South Asia, along with the 60th meeting of the UN Tourism Commission for South Asia, the 56th meeting of the UN Tourism Commission for East Asia and the Pacific, and the UN Tourism Regional Conference on Tourism Policy on Circular Economy is not just a routine annual meeting. It is a pivotal moment that brings together voices from across two vibrant regions to align on the future of sustainable tourism. This year's spotlight on circular economy in tourism policy marks a progressive step forward. It challenges us to reimagine tourism through a lens of sustainability, shifting away from the traditional linear model of take, make, dispose, toward a regenerative approach where resources are reused, waste is minimized, and also ecosystems are respected. Through these discussions, countries have the opportunity to elaborate, to collaborate, innovate, and lead global examples of resilience and transformations. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to emphasize how valuable each delegate's presence is. Your expertise, insights, and shared commitments make this more just a conference. It becomes a movement. In the upcoming sessions, we will hear practical solutions, share experiences, and chart a collective path forward. And now, Excellencies, honorable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, proceeding to the next agenda. In this session, we will hear more about tourism policy in circular economy. And to lead this session about the high-level discussion tourism policy in circular economy, we would like to invite our moderator, Vice Chairperson for Sustainable Tourism at the Indonesia Hotel and Restaurant Association. Please welcome Ms. Lucia Karina.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Thank you for inviting us to be the moderator for this high-level discussion on the circular economy, particularly talking about how the implementation on the circular economy and then the practices within the tourism policy. I'm Karina, and it's an honor to serve as your moderator for this important dialogue. And as the tourism industry moves from recovery to regeneration, embedding circular economy principle is no longer optional, but it's essential. Today is a call to action, to rethink and redesign tourism so it gives back more than it takes. This session brings together visionary leaders and innovators from across Asia-Pacific who are turning ambition into action through policy, innovation, and partnership. Without further ado, I would like to invite the following distinguished speakers, starting from His Excellency Mr. Francisco Calbuadilai, Vice Prime Minister and Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs and Minister of Tourism and Environment, 9 Constitutional Government of Timor-Leste. Welcome. Honorable Zita Anjani, Special Envoy of the President Indonesia on Tourism. His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Niyaz, Minister of State for Tourism and Environment for the Maldives. Her Excellency Ms. Verna Buensuceso, Undersecretary, Department of Tourism, the Philippines. Dr. Abdul Wahid Situmorang, CEO of CARE Indonesia. Mr. Hiroyuki Kitagawa, President and CEO, GTB PTE Limited, Asia-Pacific Headquarters. And the last but not least, Mr. Ari Respati, President Director of Injourney Tourism Development Corporation. Thank you, esteemed panelists. So over the next hour, I will pose 2 focus questions to each speaker, knowing that we only have 1 hour for 7 panelists. So I will going to ask directly 2 questions to each panelist. Let us start with His Excellency Mr. Francisco Calbuadilai. Your Excellency, Timor-Leste is blessed with extraordinary natural beauty and also the cultural heritage. As the country continues to expand its tourism infrastructure, it holds a unique opportunity to embed circular economy principle from the ground up, ensuring the development that is not only sustainable but also inclusive and future-ready. What are the key challenges you face in implementing circular economy practices in tourism, and how are you addressing them? And as Timor-Leste develops its tourism sector, how is your government using circular economy approach, such as community-led waste management or ecotourism infrastructure, to protect the environment and create local employment opportunities, especially in remote and rural areas?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Lucia. Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm from Timor-Leste as a Deputy Prime Minister. You know, my country is an island a small island, but we have 1.4 million of population and 17 kilometers square for whole country. It's a small island. As you say, yes, we are beautiful, beauty, natural, green, and also blue economy. Your question is the challenge. So the circulate of economic practicing. So the challenge first for Timor-Leste, that first is a plastics pollution. The second one is a limit of infrastructure. When new country we lack infrastructure, we are developing now the infrastructure facility, economic dependency on particular industry, and also awareness and engagement, and also emerging tourism industry. So how to address? First, I think promote upcycling and recycling initiative, like the Plastic Solution Alliance are already working to create a post-consumer plastic value chain. Expanding such a program can help reduce wasting and create economic opportunity. And the second one is a policy and investment, strengthening policy and support the circular economic investing in infrastructure, waste management, and also recycling are crucial. Education and awareness campaign, raising awareness about the benefit of the circular economy can encourage both locals and tourists to adopt sustainable practices. The last, sustainable tourism development focuses on ecotourism, historical and cultural heritage, and attract responsible travelers, and also ensure that tourism grow aligned with the sustainable goal. And we protect our blue and green economies as well. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency. Thank you also for your bold leadership. What I note here, actually, your commitment to placing both people and the planet at the center of tourism development is not only inspiring, but it offers a powerful reference for small and developing nations shaping their own sustainability pathway. Thank you again. And now we turn to our host country, Indonesia. Is a recognized leader in advancing the blue and circular economy. Honorable Zita, Indonesia has made remarkable progress in reducing plastic waste, fostering community-based innovation, and integrating sustainability across the sectors. Circular economy principle offer not only environmental solution, but also the economic opportunity and also the social inclusion. I'm going to ask you two questions directly. The first question is, how is the circular economy reflected in the Indonesian tourism policy, and how does this support your broader sustainability and resilience goals? Knowing that Indonesia leading on the circular economy, can you share specific example where circular economy initiatives such as sustainable waste management system, recycling infrastructure, or local entrepreneurship have been successfully integrated into tourism destination, and how these have benefit for community and also the environment? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm truly honored. We are truly honored that Indonesia has the privilege of hosting this international conference. Once again, welcome to Indonesia. Hope you have a great time here. Now, talking about the circular economy, I would like to start with strategic direction from President Prabowo, because he specifically mentioned that we genuinely want to give our all and be fully committed to solving Indonesia's waste problem. And how about Indonesia tourism in relation to circular economy? Well, tourism is definitely Indonesia's people DNA. It's not just what we do, it's who we are. Indonesia people, we love having people visit our beautiful country, sharing traditions, our local cuisines, and all the beautiful spots around Indonesia. It's actually been a part of way of life for generations. Indonesia is a dream come true. We are an archipelagic country with over 17,000 islands, each offering endless spots to explore. We also have 700 languages spoken. Whether you're in Bali, you're in Java or Sumatra, you will definitely hear something different on every corner. And another treasure, we also have around 3,000 traditional dances. One of the most famous one is from Aceh province called the Saman dance. Also from Bali province, we have Wali dance, we have Bebali dance, we have Bali-Balihan dance. And all of these dances that I mentioned before, it's listed on the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage List. So again, tourism is obviously Indonesia's DNA. Now talking about policy, within the first 100 days of the Red and White Cabinet or the administration under President Prabowo, the government of Indonesia, through the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, in collaboration with Ministry of National Development Planning, we launched these blue, green, cultural and economic guidelines, or in short, we call it the BGCE guidelines. Specifically for the tourism sector, this is how we align tourism with broader sustainability and climate targets. First word, B, blue economy. So if you go, for example, to Raja Ampat, this is one of the famous tourist destination, you will see the local fishermen there, they're only using the hand lines, no nets. And on top of that, the community actively protects and conserves the coral reefs, which are some of the richest in the world. And then second word, G, green economy. The next stop, go to Wairebo village, is located in East Nusa Tenggara. You will see the definition of ecotourism there, because it's not just a trend there, it's their way of life. You will see people there planting and processing their own organic coffee. You will learn how to traditional weaving and see how powerful it is when locals take protecting their forests and also land seriously. C, circular economy. Now, most of you, most foreigners, know their favorite destination must be Bali. Bali have a clean and green initiative. You can see their hotels, 5-star, 6-star hotel, resort, restaurants. They took their food, their resources from nearby villages. Also, Bali stopped the use of plastic waste. And just recently, the governor of Bali banned the use of 1-liter can of water, the packaging. So Bali is repurposing waste into resources. Indonesia is all on sustainability, from protecting nature and supporting local communities to seeing more and more circular economy and eco-friendly tourism. I think that's what Indonesia offers to the world. And this is also in lines with the global framework such as the Glasgow Declaration on Climate Action in Tourism and the Global Tourism Plastic Initiative. That's the first question. The second one is, if you see Indonesia, we are actually home. We are home to thousands of tourism villages. Currently, we're talking roughly around 6,000 tourism villages in Indonesia by 2024. I wish I could tell you all about every single one, but since time is very limited and we have 7 panels, let me just highlight one standout. This is called Penglipuran Village. This is a United Nations recognized village because of sustainable tourism village. What makes Penglipuran Village very unique is its philosophy called Tri Mandala, balances God, nature, and humans. So it's not just a belief, it's their way of life. The whole community in Penglipuran, they follow it, and that's what keeps the village so clean, balanced, and sustainable. They separate their waste at home, they compose, and then recycle to help reduce waste. It is so inspiring that Penglipuran village can be a model of how local culture, traditional wisdom, and ecotourism can come together to protect nature for the future. Then just last year, in Labuan Bajo, the government collaborate with one of the millennials, as Natalie mentioned. The millennials in Indonesia is so a lot of millennials, called the Pandawara Group. So Pandawara Group, they clean rivers, and just last month, they recycled around 20 tons of waste every month, involving locals and people with disabilities. Domestic impact, over 22 tons of waste recycled each year. They turn into new products and, most importantly, economic value. They're also supporting waste banks, sorting centers in key tourism areas like Borobudur, like Toba, and also Mandalika. And this is the last one, not just plastic waste. In Indonesia, we also taking on food waste, especially in tourism areas. In Bali, for example, SOS Indonesia, or Scholars of Sustenance. They work mainly in busy tourist spots in Bali like Sanur, Kuta, Canggu, Denpasar, and Legian. And they, since 2017, they rescued over 1.3 million kilograms of food from hotels, supermarkets, bakeries, and farms, and they turn it into 6.6 meals. 6.6 million meals for those in need. And now just last year, 2023, SOS, they expanded to Jakarta because many more people in Jakarta to reach even more people and grow their impact. So this is a reminder that tourism can also mean giving back, not just exploring and enjoying. I think I've answered all of your questions, but I'd like to close my session with a closing statement because time is limited. As President Prabowo pointed out, Indonesia is taking committed steps to overcome its waste. And as I look around today, I see patience, collaboration, and unshakable commitment. We're not just imagining a change, but we're making it real. Finally, as a special envoy of the President of Indonesia, I am truly honored to be with you here today. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Honorable Zita. Your examples also on the Panglipuran village in Bali illustrate how circularity is no longer an abstract, but it is operational and a reality already generating impact on the ground, which also align with the local culture and also the local context. And I think Indonesia is going to be a leader in this space by providing a compelling model for others to follow, including, this is a very good initiative. We are not talking only about the plastic waste, but also other type of waste. Thank you so much. So now we now turn to one of the world's most iconic destinations, the Maldives. A country at the forefront of both climate vulnerability and also the climate leadership. Your Excellency, tourism is the backbone of your country economy. The integration of the circular economy principle is not just an opportunity. It's a lifeline for long-term sustainability in Maldives. Yet we know that implementation is not without challenges. So I'm going to ask you, what are the key challenges you face in implementing circular economic practices in the Maldives tourism, and how you are addressing them, and how also the Maldives promoting circular economic practices such as renewable energy, waste management, and the water reuse. Your time.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good afternoon to you all. Looking at question number one, is a geographically dispersed island nation, our logistics and infrastructure poses a real challenge. Waste needs to be managed on site with atolls, transporting it to very long distances, and it is very costly and environmentally damaging as well. So the Maldives consist of 1,200 islands and 20 atolls. This geographical isolation poses very significant challenges to the country's waste management and logistics. So despite the introduction of new policies by Ministry of Tourism and the Environment, several key challenges remain. Transportation costs, as I highlighted, island to island, especially given the distance between the islands, and the growth of tourism facilities from the central region to the other regions has led to substantial increase in waste generation. So the main region, we have a central waste collection island, which is located in the main region of Kafu Atoll. It serves as a main waste management center. So both the local islands and the resorts have to send their waste to this site, which is now overburdened with the capacity. So the government has a donor-funded project, which is called Waste to Energy Project, which is a really expensive project which focuses on infrastructure development in getting new technology, recycling, facility development, and also capacity development. All resorts are required to send their waste to the central region, so typically on a weekly basis. This process is also very expensive for resorts located away from the main region. So the Ministry of Environment, Tourism and Environment has introduced several regional waste management centers. However, these facilities face challenges in collection and disposal systems. They are in implementation stage at the moment. By law, resorts are not allowed to send waste to nearby islands. But however, we have seen that more local councils are accepting waste from the resorts on contractual basis to source some income activity from that. So many of the resorts, luxury hotels in the Maldives, they have adopted sustainable waste practices such as recycling, waste reduction, composting in order to cut down their costs and reduce the environmental impact. The government's policy is to have 50% of the resort on board to the government waste management company. And hence, by 2025, to reach the target by bringing all the resorts, half the resorts to the government's waste collection system. Looking at the local islands, we have around 34 islands currently contracted to the government's main waste management corporation, and we are talking around 195 islands which are inhabited in the Maldives. So this still, as I have said, that is quite a big challenge. More awareness programs and community education are essential to effectively address the waste problem in the Maldives. But we also have challenges like retrofitting the older resorts into the efficient systems, such as waste segregation stations, having composting units, turning them into renewable energy sources. They are all very complex and they are expensive projects. How we are dealing with this is by updating our tourism development regulations to require sustainability planning from the outset. So new resorts must outline how they will manage their waste, how they will manage their water and energy before approval. We also focused on education and training because operational shifts require buy-in from staff, suppliers and guests alike. We have both public and private sectors contributing significantly to waste management efforts and adaptation of circular economy in the Maldives. We have some notable initiatives that include the government's main waste management strategy. It's a campaign led by Ministry of Tourism and Environment, which aims to tackle waste management challenges. Additionally, there are many big resort companies who have partnered to the government's Clean Maldives policy, adopting sustainable management practices. We have also seen councils coming up, creating policies to adopt circular economy principles at the regional level. There's an example that you have previously shown here, talks around Soneva Maldives. They are committed to sustainability through its Soneva Namuna initiative, which works very closely with the local islands to reduce single-use plastics, implement recycling programs, and promote environmental awareness. So the initiative focuses on waste collection and recycling, while also providing training and education to local communities on sustainable practices. So through these efforts, the Soneva Namuna initiative supports this transition to a circular economy in the Maldives, contributing to long-term environmental protection and community engagement. There are many examples of how resorts in the Maldives contribute to circular economy. So many resorts, they have compost food waste and use in their gardens, reducing the need for import fertilizers and closing the organic waste loop. Similarly, some resorts go beyond the government single-use plastics phased out by plan by completely banning all forms of plastics on the island. Guests are provided in almost all the Maldivian resorts drinking water in refillable glass bottles through water purification, and also amenities such as shampoo and other hotel amenities, they are provided in glass containers, and also disposable plastic packaging. And similarly, resorts also use repurposed wood, glass, and other technologies, turn them into furniture or decorative pieces to minimize waste and promote creative upcycling. And similarly, there are textile waste and others that they repurpose fabric items within the resort, helping to reduce the demand for new materials. Looking at the second area, the question, the luxury resorts in the Maldives, they are leading the way in circular economic practices to small island environments. They have invested in reducing diesel cost by installing solar panels, and are geared towards meeting the government target of 33% of electricity from renewable energy sources by 2028. So all the resorts are trying hard to reach this target. And they also have used more natural light through effective design and replaced the traditional bulbs, and they also have similarly other reuse and recycle initiatives. So many have eliminated the single-use plastics now, and they operate their own desalination and water bottling plants, reducing the need for imported plastics. Desalination plants are mandatory for all the resorts, and most of the resorts are in compliance. Bottling plants are there, available in mostly all the 4-star or 5-star properties. Seawater conditioning systems are also there for some properties, significantly reducing the energy consumption. So in summary, many resorts, they use eco-friendly products, implement waste reduction policies, install grey water reuse systems, sewage and wastewater treatment plants are there installed in all the resorts. And there's also a mandatory composting of organic waste. Some or many of them are used in landscaping or even in converted to biogas. And some resorts have reduced food waste through real-time tracking system in the kitchens. Biocomposter, as I have said, is mandatory to be installed in all. So hence a lot of resorts have got the Green Globe certification, and also many of them are getting EarthCheck certifications. So before the licensing is done, we also have a strict government compliance regime to follow from the development stage till the implementation stage. So the ministry also plans to develop and implement sustainability guidelines in the future. So I have also seen that most of our luxury properties, they promote sustainability in their websites and their social media. So in conclusion, I would like to say the Maldives' unique geography makes circular economy a necessity, and our luxury tourism model gives us an opportunity to lead by example especially when guests increasingly value sustainability and climate-conscious travel. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for sharing such insightful and practical examples of how the Maldives is embedding circular economy principles into the very fabric of its tourism sector. It is clear from your explanation actually that your nation is not only responding to the climate vulnerability with urgency, but also redefining what it means to be a global leader in sustainable tourism. From renewable energy to waste management, from segregation to value creation, water use or recycling that you mentioned, and the community development and involvement of them. Your efforts actually really demonstrate that environmental responsibility can go hand in hand with economic vitality and also the luxury sectors. So we deeply appreciate your leadership and thank you for your valuable contribution to this dialogue. Now, next I'm going to move to the beautiful lady, Her Excellency Miss Verna Buense Suseso from the Philippines. Philippines is a global biodiversity hotspot and a nation rich in marine and island-based tourism. So, Under Secretary Verna, the Philippines now I think is facing urgent environmental challenges, but is also leading efforts to embed sustainability into recovery and the growth. I have two questions for you. The first question, how are the circular economy principles integrated into your tourism strategy and how do they complement broader sustainability objective? And then the second question, actually, with your country world-renowned marine biodiversity, how is the Philippines integrating marine conservation into tourism development, including the partnership with local government, the communities, the tourism operators of, or the supply, the chain of the tourism to combat marine plastic pollution in Philippines? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Lucia, for your questions. And I'd like to wish everybody a warm and hearty mabuhay from the Philippines. We congratulate the United Nations Tourism and the Ministry of Tourism of Indonesia for organizing this very timely panel on circularity and sustainable tourism development. As you know, the Philippines is a country blessed with 7,641 islands, and it is considered to be one of only 18 mega biodiverse countries of the world. About 2/3 of the Earth's biodiversity and about 70 to 80% of our world's plant and animal species can be found in the Philippines. Our level of endemism is very high, and we are ranked 4th in terms of bird endemism in the country. This is why, with the richness of our natural resources, of course, sustainability has to be at the core of our tourism development efforts. And in fact, Republic Act 9593, which is the Tourism Act responsible for forming the Philippine Department of Tourism, it mentions that the SAIC seeks to promote a tourism industry that is ecologically sustainable, responsible, participative, and culturally sensitive. And of course, sustainability is also at the key of our blueprint for tourism development, which is the National Tourism Development Plan of the Philippines for 2023 to 2028. And this plan envisions a tourism industry that is, of course, anchored on the strength of our Filipino heritage and identity, but it also aims to be sustainable, resilient, and competitive. With sustainability and resiliency as core values of tourism development, of course, sustainability tourism and circular economy principles of reusing, recycling, renewing, upcycling are embedded in our tourism policies. So I'd like to talk about different aspects, like for example, in the aspect of product development, we do have clear roadmaps for the development of our various tourism products. And I'd like to specifically mention, for example, the National Ecotourism Development Plan. It's a strategic action plan that seeks to use tourism as a tool for environmental education and conservation. So the idea is really to develop Filipino-centric ecotourism products and use this to educate our tourists about the value of the environment. Aside from that, I was mentioning to Mr. Keith earlier of JTB that education tourism is a very important product for the Philippines. And recently, we've been receiving a lot of school trips from Japan. They come to the Philippines to learn about sustainable tourism and practices. So they visit our marine ecosystems and they learn how circularity is actually implemented on the ground. Voluntourism programs are also being developed right now. And the idea is to bring in volunteers who will also help us in environmental monitoring, for example, of our marine ecosystems, while also enjoying these destinations for diving and leisure activities. On the aspect of human capital development, tourism frontliners are also trained on the basic principles of not only being excellent in hospitality, but also on sustainability practices. We have what we call a signature tourism training module, which is called the Filipino Brand of Service Excellence. And this training is anchored on different core values of the Filipinos. One of this is what we call our being makakalikasan, or environment friendly, and also being makatao, which means that we are people-centric. And these two principles and values are an expression of our love for country. Another training program that we do under Human Capital is this Sustainable Diner Program. Ms. Ritza earlier mentioned that food waste is one of the biggest concerns also, and circularity principles can be adapted to this. So this program is being worked out with the World Wildlife Fund Philippines, and it in fact seeks to promote sustainable dining practices in the country, focusing on reducing our food waste and also reducing the environmental impact of the food service industry. So there are programs here. Part of the module would be sustainable menu designs that encourages restaurants to design menus according to the seasonality of our ingredients. They also do reduction of food waste by looking also at portion control, so that we're not serving too big a portion to the tourists who come and visit our areas. On the issue, and I think one of the main components of our offer is also related to national accreditation standards. This is a very important tool to ensure the application of sustainability and circularity principles on the ground in terms of accreditation. And we have included sustainability indicators, for example, in our national accommodation standards. And these include, for example, the labeling of trash bins for proper waste segregation in hotel rooms, the provision of reusable glass or bottles, the Green Building Certificate or equivalent certification on environmental sustainability and the like. And we're very happy to see that our private sector partners have actually adopted and concurred and have abided with these standards. And what they do is they also develop their own and reaffirm their commitments to circular economy. One example, for example, is Mega World Hotels and Resorts. 80%, for example, of their suppliers are now locally sourced. And this is seen to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through transportation. Their commitment also extends to implementing their Plastic Watch program, which encourages a shift from single-use plastics to eco-friendly initiatives. They also, for example, promote eco-conscious practices, which Ms. Soritza also mentioned earlier. So using eco-friendly straws, bamboo key cards instead of PVC key cards, having in-room amenities like local dispensers in in-room products, and also eliminating single-use containers. So all these programs have already been instituted through the accreditation system. On tourism investments, we also have the Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives for Enterprises Law, or the CREATE Law, and also a special investment, strategic investment priorities plan. And within the context of these laws and within these plans, we are prioritizing now funding for sustainable infrastructure projects, and we also encourage the development, for example, of green hotels, renewable energy systems, and improved waste management. So these programs are given certain incentives as part of these investment programs that we have. Green certification is also very important to us, and the Department of Tourism has instituted what we call the ANAHAW, Philippine Sustainable Tourism Certification. And it provides a very important way for us to be able to encourage and recognize environmentally conscious practices within the tourism sector. So ensuring also that we started out with the accommodation sector, that our accommodations adhere to these sustainable tourism principles. This is also aligned with efforts in the ASEAN, because of course the Philippines is a very active member of the ASEAN, and we have instituted what we call the ASEAN Tourism Awards to recognize ASEAN green hotels, community-based tourism, clean tourist cities, and sustainable tourism awards. So this is one way for us to be able to also recognize initiatives on circularity. So through all these programs, we are able to create an enabling environment. As we teach, we train, we create policies, we incentivize, and we put forward systems wherein sustainable tourism and circularity is not just a matter of government regulation, but it now becomes a way of life in tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those thoughtful and forward-looking reflection by the Philippines. The Philippine, I think, approach demonstrate how the integration of circular economy principle rooted in local collaboration and ecological stewardship that can create lasting impact. Your Excellency, I think your country commitment through a clear roadmap and the National Ecotourism Plan that you mentioned previously, it's going to align marine conservation with tourism development, is a powerful example that can be copied by other nations on how the environmental protection can be woven into the tourism value chain from policy to the practice. And I think equally inspiring is the emphasis on the education and raising awareness among communities and travelers alike that you mentioned you are going to send some of the travelers to Japan or vice versa. By embedding sustainable tourism values into society through education program, local capacity building, and behavior change campaigns, including transformation in circularity, the Philippines, I think, is cultivating a culture of stewardship by inviting the strategic investment and incentive that will ensure the long-term sustainability of its natural and cultural asset. That's, I think, the summary from your explanation, Your Excellency. Now I'm going to move to the next speakers, Dr. Abdul. CARE Indonesia has long been a catalyst for inclusive community-centered solution, particularly in Indonesia. In circular tourism, your work helps bridge the grassroots innovation with system-level policy. I have two questions. The first one, actually, how can the public-private partnership drive the adoption of circular economy principle in tourism? And what are some successful examples from your organization that have been implemented? The second question, how do you apply circular economy principle in tourism projects at the community level, particularly with Indonesia so diverse and so complex? What result have you observed, especially in terms of environmental improvement and community empowerment? So this time is yours.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for those two questions, Karina. So let me answer the first question, why the partnership between communities and private sectors is important. And then I will continue to highlight our circular program actions in Bintan Islands. It's a beautiful tourist islands near Singapore, supported by Traveloka. So let's start answer the first questions, and I would like to answer the first questions by discussing with numbers. These numbers, will give us a context, the importance of these partnerships. Well, we all agree here that circularity should go up, right? Well, the Circularity Global Gap Index in 2024 said differently. It is slowing down. In 2018, it was 9.1% drop. In 2023, it was 7.2%. So in total, there was 21% drop just in 5 years. The report also said that we have consumed 500 gigaton. So 1 gigaton is equivalent to 1 billion metric ton. So it is 28% material we have consumed compared to 19,000. So that's what we call it. This is not sustainable. This is not circular. The question is, why does this matter now? So I'll also want to cite another circularity index in 2024. This index is based on 1,200 survey to this is based on a survey to 1,200 hospitality companies in US. I tried to find similar report for Asia and Pacific, but I couldn't find it. So let's use this report, to give us, a better, greater landscapes. Why this is very important. The report said that despite there is more than 80% hospitality companies in US commit to circular programs, but only more than 30%. The commitments translate into action. So that's what we call it, lagging. The report also said that 75% waste in US can be recycling, but recycling rate is only 30%. So now the question is, how to close the gap. Yeah. So we believe that communities can close the gap, right? Well, I'm not saying that communities do not participate on circular programs. They are participating now, but their potential is still huge and need to be optimized. But they need support, they need time, they need tools, and they need, all, environments to make them, can contribute to close, the gaps. Now I want to answer your second question, Karina. So CARE works with people. CARE works with communities. So we go to Bintan Islands. We meet with local communities. We discuss with local women there. We ask what is possible. We listen to them. And they spoke about mangrove. They told us if there is no action, the degraded mangrove areas will affect them with erosions, limited space to catch on the sea, right? And then also, the water pollution, because mangroves can absorb that. Then we built a new plan. That plan is circular, local, as well as, fair. So thank you to Traveloka. Traveloka support us for this journey. We then, support them to build the nursery. They start planting mangrove now. We aim to plant 50,000 trees as a start. We then also help them organize, because we believe that by helping them to organize, then it will also ensure the sustainability of these actions, because then they can participate, for the larger, circularity programs in that islands later on. We also help them to increase their capacity on financial literacy, so they are able to, to manage their financial resources. We also help them to develop their local products, because we believe the sustainability of these actions, will also guarantee that they get, the benefits from, from the actions. And we do understand that, mangroves provide a lot of ecosystem services. So one of their products is they develop eco batik printings from mangrove tree natural colors. So I bring, one of the example. This is, one of the examples their product. Let me pass to you, Excellency, so you can see, their humble products. So what is the key takeaways, from this initiative? So I have two key takeaways, from this initiative. Number one is circularity isn't just about environment. Circularity is inclusion. Circularity is their living system. So that's one key takeaway. The second key takeaway is, if we want to advance circularity programs, it has to be rooted at the local. And for this, we need to create where the environment, is very conducive, for community-led, supported by a strong policy, as well as, through a private sector support. So let's go circular together, and we also want to thank you to Traveloka for this journey. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul, for those powerful examples and the energetic way you explained to us. It's really sobering to hear that the implementation of circular economy practices remain low. The data showing less than 30%, right? But I think the CARE organization work clearly demonstrate that these principles are not just technical frameworks. They are human-centered strategies that thrive when grounded in the community needs, local knowledge, and also the leadership. From waste reduction to inclusive livelihood, and also a beautiful fabric like this. Sorry, it's a eco-printing like. Show how circular tourism can regenerate not only the environment but also strengthen the social fabric of local communities, which inclusive. What truly stands out also from your reflection is the critical role of the collaboration, the partnership. With recycling rates still below 30%, it's clear that we cannot close the gap without strong public-private partnership and the whole of society approach. Community must be at the heart of this transformation. If we truly want to move circularity, we need to invest in local capacity, actively engage the private sector, and focus on real tangible action on the ground. Dr. Abdul, your insights are a really compelling reminder that people, not just the system, are the key to building resilient and sustainable tourism futures. So again, thank you for your leadership and the grounded transformative work CARE Indonesia continue to lead. Now I'm going to move to Mr. Hiroyuki Kitagawa. Mr. Kitagawa, as a leader of one of the Asia's most established travel companies, GTB is well known, plays a pivotal role in shaping the sustainability agenda across the borders. In today's context, public-private partnerships are essential to scale innovation and also embed circular economy thinking throughout the tourism. I have two questions to you also. How can the public-private partnership drive the adoption of circular economy principle in the tourism chain, the value chain? And what are some successful examples from your country? And as your company actually well positioned to drive the circularity, not just through the operation, but also by influencing the practices throughout the travel ecosystem, how is JTB working with destination partners and your suppliers to promote circular economy practices throughout the tourism value chain? Can you share with all of us actually the innovative strategies or partnership that have shown a measurable impact in the tourism sector? Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm very much honored to be a panelist here, and on behalf of JTB and the private sector, thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this discussion, and very much proud of it. Answer your question, first question, that JTB Group believes that promoting the circular economy in tourism is very important strategies that contribute to the SDG 12. And our internal innovation project, which accelerates internal startups that create new value, has set themes such as reducing the procurement of single-use plastic products and reducing food loss as well. JTB is working to reduce the procurement of single-use plastic products and food loss as well. New projects are implementing solutions for waste disposal in tourism area and creating souvenirs for tourist destinations that turn food loss into value. It is said that the capacity of Tokyo's landfills will be reached its limited in about 50 years. I believe that effort is not generate waste, to take waste home and for reduce the amount of waste will be the importance in the future. The time has come to move away through tourism from the obviously practice of throwing things away and to consider a non-throwaway travel style and then upcycle lifestyle in which waste create value. I believe that the public-private partnership in Asia-Pacific region should consider a forum to think about such initiative in a future-oriented mindset. As you know, World Expo 2025, which opened last Saturday in Osaka, Kansai, at the Japan Pavilion, food waste is being converted into energy and water. And biodegradable plastic materials that not cause marine microplastics and return to nature with the help of microorganisms are being showcased. I encouraged everyone to visit Osaka, where the exhibition will be held until September this year. And 158 countries are exhibiting. And then also, UN tourism is also participated. And you'll see many innovations and new technologies that will change the world. Please come to Osaka as soon as you can, and you will see the special moment. I believe that government investment should be promoted to encourage the private sector to implement innovative initiatives such as these. And Karina, answer your second question. Sustainability is an important theme for the next generation of education and training programs. And many of our clients request sustainability themes training, field trips, and tour programs. It is popular for the Japanese market to organize tourism programs on the themes of solving food loss and focusing on sustainability, which is closely related to tourism. SICS, a sustainable lounge, a sustainable exchange center operated by JTB in the region food wholesale market in Kagawa Prefecture, Japan, offers a restaurant on the first floor with a menu that utilized fish and vegetables that are difficult to distribute to a supermarket and other stores. In addition, the exchange space on the second floor promotes local products and increase the spending time of visitors in order to, increasing the attraction of the facility and contributing to the increase in the expenditure in that area. Another small innovation came from elementary school students who visited the facility. Last month, they learned a lot about the food loss, and then with their support by JTB Corporation, they planned and produced a dish of curry menu using unused fish and chili peppers, a specialty of the local region, and began selling 4,000 units at tourism destination and airport in that region. So while sustainability initiatives are a key management priority, JTB also sees that as an opportunity to create new connections and value with the market. We understand that the circular economy framework promoted by UN Tourism, focusing on reducing plastic products and addressing food waste and food loss as well. JTB, as Vice Chair of Asia-Pasifik of World Travel and Tourism Council, is promoting the hotel sustainability basics and an initiative to accelerate sustainability in accommodation facilities. So far, more than 5,000 facilities around the world have already adapted HSB's framework. And then working on HSBs is a great way to connect with WTTC, a global community that can help you to sell your product. And I think it is important for US tourism governments to lead the tourism industry by establishing clear goals and strategies, and to promote together with the private sector like us. With that, I am confident that we'll be able to make it possible in the future. That's my question, and hopefully it'll help for the future. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mr. Kitagawa. GTB leadership clearly illustrates the powerful role that established travel companies that can play in accelerating the transition towards circular tourism. This is amazing, actually. I just know about it. So by actively engaging your suppliers, including the careful selection of sustainable materials, while working closely with destination and partner across the value chain of GTB, GTB is not only transforming how tourism is delivered, but also how it is envisioned. Your effort to set clear guidance for sustainable tourism businesses, support their transformation towards circularity, and promote awareness and education around sustainable tourism are especially commendable. So thank you again for this initiative to involve the value chain of the tourism factors into the sustainability tourism. Now I'm going to move to one of the most inspiring leaders in Indonesia that I know so far, Mr. Ari Respati from ITDC Indonesia. Mas Ari, as the architect of Indonesia most strategic tourism development, ITDC actually has a uniquely position to embed the sustainability principle at scale from planning to infrastructure and also the community engagement. I know well about it because we worked before. So how are the circular economy principle guiding ITDC tourism development strategy, and how do they align with national or global sustainability targets? And also through the large-scale development that ITDC has now, you have the opportunity also to demonstrate how circular economy thinking can be applied at the scale from real estate and utilities to water and waste system, transforming sustainable design into a competitive advantage. So how ITDC applying circular economy principle in your tourism development, particularly in the infrastructure design, water use or recycling, and waste management? And what impacts have you observed so far, and what are your future priorities in this area? Your time still.
Thank you, Karina. First of all, thank you for the Ministry of Tourism and also the UN Tourism Commission for inviting me. ITDC is a member of InJourney. InJourney is a holding company focusing in aviation and tourism, part of the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise. And this has been a very long discussion within our holding company that each of our members must come out with the sustainability goals with the different models. Because in our holding company, ITDC is not only a single player role to support for the tourism ecosystem. We also focusing also in InJourney Airport and InJourney Retail, hospitality, destination management, and also for the aviation services. So right now, since we all know that the world has changed a lot, and we realize that the circular economy plays a vital role in the tourism destination strategy in Indonesia, even in ITDC. Our company has been established since 1974. Maybe some of us aware that our first destination is Nusa Dua Bali. It's been since 1973. And since that year, I think the sustainable goal has already been placed. We have a very beautiful bird sanctuary, and also surprisingly, on that early stage, we have planned the sustainability model. Even the internet has not been accessed yet, but during those 1970s, the feasibility study was been there in Nusa Dua. And thanks God, until now, I think Nusa Dua is still standing as the leading destination complex in Indonesia. And our second destination is Mandalika, where we host Indonesia MotoGP And this is also has been a very comprehensive work by our team, because the main goal from the government of Indonesia that we need to make and creating another destination area outside Java and outside Bali. I think Mandalika has been also playing a very good role in the industry of the tourism in Indonesia. For the output that we have been working in Mandalika, I think Mbak Karina also mentioned that we've been working together. And those area actually has not been exist yet 7 years ago. And how we engaging our local communities, and we are also educating the people in our local communities, and also making them to understand the importance that we need to build the sustainable economic model for the long-term plan within the destination complex. This is also a very principle for us. And also one other thing that in practice we integrated the circular principle, that the sustainable infrastructure development, and also we are currently promoting the renewable energy, reducing the water consumption, and we try our best in each of every destination we have. We try to sourcing our water by using the internal within our complex, and then the share of sources. And the last but not least, for ITDC right now, as we are responsible for our third destination in Golomori, Labuan Bajo. This is also, for us, is a very, very challenging, because the area that we are mandated is part of the hill that also tourism has not been socialized in a very good way. So they need to, the people surrounding the area, I think we need to make them as our partners that support the sustainable mobility. And then the most important thing for them is how they need to approach their quality of their life in a better way. So I think, Bakarina, for my end of the key statements, I think we must to understand that this responsible not only in the government side. I think it is our also responsible to encouraging our people surrounding us. If we are on our way for having the success plan, we have also to make sure they also support us, and we have to support them to make a success. I think that's the answer for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mas Ari, for sharing such a comprehensive and forward-looking perspective. I think your work at ITDC truly exemplifies how circular economy principle can be embedded at every stage of tourism development. You are mentioned about from master planning and infrastructure to the community integration, and also environmental stewardship like renewable energy and the waste. And I think also you mentioned about ITDC has demonstrated a strong commitment to becoming one of the key contributors to sustainable tourism in Indonesia, playing a pivotal role in supporting the government vision part of the in-journey ecosystem that also mentioned by Honorable Zita this in the beginning of this event. So I think this commitment has been clearly translated into concrete plans and action as evidenced by the achievement of the Nusa Dua and Mandalika Tourism Complex, which now rank first and second among sustainable destinations in Indonesia. So we are learning a lot about this from Mas Ari by aligning large-scale development with both national priorities and global sustainability goals. ITDC is setting benchmark for what future-ready tourism destination can and should look like. So thank you for sharing this insightful, Mas Ari. So ladies and gentlemen, today we have heard how the circular economy actually is taking shape across diverse tourism landscape. From national tourism strategy in Timor-Leste, continuing Indonesian, to luxury innovation sector in Maldives, marine conservation efforts in the Philippines, grassroots environment through CARE Indonesia, the global travel influenced by GTB, and the last but not least, the integrated tourism development by ITDC. These stories actually remind us that the circular economy is not just about the waste, but it is forward-looking blueprint for tourism that is resilient, inclusive, innovative, and regenerative. We have heard how the collaboration, the community leadership, enabling policies, and scalable innovation are turning ideas into impact and ambition into action. So to all our speakers, thank you for your bold leadership and also the inspiring insight that you shared to all of us this afternoon. So in closing, may we all leave this room reminded that circularity is not just about the system. It's about the stewardship. It's about inclusivity. Tourism, as its best, regenerate nature, empower people, and secure our future. On behalf of UN Tourism, thank you for joining us. Let us move forward with a shared purpose and lasting impact. And before I closing, please join me in a warm round of applause for our incredible panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ibu Lucia Karina, for moderating the session. And next, we would like to invite all of the speakers and also moderators to stand up together because we will have a photo session together. We invite all of the photographers to capture this beautiful moment. Okay. We are waiting for all of the speakers and also moderator to be ready to be captured by all of the photographers in here. Give your best smile, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Once again, please give a round of big applause for all of the speakers and also moderator. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. You lost one, you can contact the MC or you can contact the committee. A pair of glasses, if you think you lost one, you can contact me or the committee. Okay, Excellencies, notable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have finally reached the very end of our agenda. We had thoughtful discussion and also rich insight from all of the speakers. And moving to the next agenda, we would like to invite Her Excellency Ms. Niluh Puspa, Vice Minister of Tourism, Republic of Indonesia, to deliver the closing remarks. To Her Excellency Ms. Niluh Puspa, the time is yours.
Selamat sore. Good afternoon. Her Excellency Ibu Widianti Putri, Minister of Tourism, His Excellency Mr. Francisco Calbuadile, Deputy Prime Minister Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs, a Minister for Tourism, Environment, Timor-Leste. Her Excellency Ibu Zita Anjani, Special Envoy of the President of the Republic of Indonesia for Tourism, His Excellency Mr. Zurab Pololikashvili, Secretary General of UN Tourism, members of the UN Tourism Commission for East Asia and the Pacific, the Commission for South Asia. All speakers, panelists, partners, and sponsors, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the Ministry of Tourism, allow me to embrace this great opportunity by extending my deepest appreciation to all of you for your presence and contributions on today's event. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be here surrounded by many amazing figures and get a chance to gain valuable insights from all participants here. As the host of this gathering, the government of Indonesia underscores the importance of the circular economy value for the tourism sector development. This morning, we delve deeply into the green investment themes, sharing the best practices and exploring trends across the Asia and Pacific region. Building on this discussion, an emerging type of investment presents significant opportunities to advance sustainable tourism implementations. This especially shall be achieved through some initiatives such as renewable energy projects related to tourism, ecotourism, and regenerative tourism development. Not only does circular economy assist us to greatly shape a sustainable tourism ecosystem, it also drives tourism to provide economic benefit for society and further contributes to addressing environmental challenges. During the high-level discussion session earlier, I believe that all of us have shared the same voice, perspective, and belief that the circular economy is crucial for future tourism development. Looking ahead, the Ministry of Tourism remains committed to working actively and collaboratively with the UN tourism members, private sectors, and partners to build a more high-quality, sustainable, and inclusive tourism. Collaboration is a must to harness diverse opportunities, address common challenges, and our shared vision both regionally and globally put into realization. So distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would like to give special appreciation to all committee members for their tireless effort and extraordinary dedication to organizing this conference. I also wish to extend my sincere gratitude to the provincial government of Jakarta, especially Disparekraf Jakarta, as well as our valued sponsor, partner, for their generous support. As we look forward to the future of tourism, it is our responsibility to reflect on what we have learned today and manifest them into a real concrete implementation which brings inclusive benefits for all stakeholders. By working together, we have the power to create better future for generations to come. Lastly, I personally encourage all delegates from CAP-CSA member states to join the technical tour this afternoon, and I truly hope that this trip will enrich your wonderful memories here and inspire you to come to Indonesia again in the future. So, thank you for your kind attention and do enjoy your stay in Jakarta, Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency Niluh Puspa. Excellencies, honorable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to invite as well Mr. Hari Wang, Director, Regional Department for Asia and the Pacific, UN Tourism, to deliver the closing remarks. To Mr. Hari Wang, the time is yours.
Excellency Deputy Prime Minister Francisco Ley, and thank you so much for staying with us, for your personal contribution to this conference. I never seen any Deputy Prime Minister staying with us for closing the ceremony. Excellency Minister and distinguished delegate from UN Tourism member state in Asia and the Pacific, and colleague and friend, good afternoon. As we draw today's conference to a close, and I would like to take a moment to reflect on the significance of what we have shared and what we have achieved together. And first and foremost, my sincere thanks go to the gracious host, the government of Indonesia, and in particular, the Ministry of Tourism and beautiful hot city of Jakarta and UN Tourism's good partners, Traveloka. And your warm hospitality has not only ensured the success of our gathering together, but has also made it truly memorable. And Indonesia's leadership in sustainability and your tangible commitment to circular and green practices provide a powerful example for us all. Today's discussion has given us much to reflect on, and we have heard diverse perspectives from both public and private sector, highlighting the initiatives that have already reshaping the tourism to be more sustainable and more responsible and ultimately more resilient. As we have seen, the opportunities for green investment in tourism are immense, but realizing that this potential requires more than just financial capital. It calls for clear policy direction and strong partnership and a shared commitment to sustainability. And the role of private sector, supported by innovating and financing the mechanism from development bank and financial institution, is vital. And together, we can align the capital with our collective priority, protecting biodiversity and empowering communities and building climate-resilient destinations and future-proofing the tourism sector. And what has been especially inspiring today is the message that the circular economy in tourism is no longer a distant aspiration, but it is present-day strategy already in motion. From reducing the plastic waste to catalyzing the green investment, and we have seen how innovation and commitment can turn ambition into action. But circularity goes beyond environmental stewardship and also open door to economic opportunity and social inclusion. And it offers the pathway toward tourism that truly benefit the local communities and preserve natural and cultural heritage and contribute meaningfully to the inclusive economic value. The vibrant exchange of ideas has reinforced the reality that the challenges we face, the climate change and pollution and biodiversity loss, are deeply interconnected, and our solution must be equally integrated and united. No one can do this alone. As our Deputy Minister Puspa rightly mentioned, cross-sector cooperation among government and businesses and communities and institutions like UN Tourism is essential. So we at UN Tourism are here to support that tourism and that journey wherever through the initiative like Tourism Investment Guideline and the Global Tourism Plastic Initiative or broader sustainability effort that we stand ready to help turn this dialogue into impact. As a regional director for Asia and the Pacific, I remain hopeful that our region has long been a source of development, innovation, and dynamism, and leadership. With your continued commitment, we can ensure that tourism remains not just a driver of growth, but as a model for sustainable development. And before I close, I must thank my own colleague, Christine, Orion, Liang, Liu Gang, Taka, and Tianji. And my executive director is not here, but your dedication and support have been critically important to this event's success. And of course, my heartfelt appreciation to Honorable Vice Minister Ms. Lu Puspa, and for your incredibly dedicated whole team, including Elena, for your tireless effort and seamless coordination made this conference possible. And finally, I thank you to each one of you, your esteemed delegation and prominent speakers and partners for your active participation and insightful contribution. Your engagement gave us great confidence in the road ahead. Let's carry this momentum forward together with a purpose, partnership, and optimism. And I hope you enjoy the technical tour this afternoon first, and have safe travel, and until we meet again. Thank you so much. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harry Wang. You may return to your seat. Esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend a high appreciation for your wonderful spirit and insight during our event of the 37th Joint Meeting of the UN Tourism Commission for East Asia and the Pacific, and the UN Tourism Commission for South Asia, 60th meeting of the UN Tourism Commission for South Asia, and also 56th meeting of the UN Tourism Commission for East Asia and the Pacific, and UN Tourism Regional Conference, Tourism Policy on Circular Economy. For international participants who have already registered, we invite you to join the technical tours starting at 3 p.m. at the Museum Nasional and also Sarina. Let's meet in the ballroom lobby at 2:30 p.m. to depart to the venue together. And I would like to share and highlight some information for all of you. The lunch is served at the ballroom 1, located at the right side of this ballroom. So in the right side of this ballroom, there will be lunch served by all of the committee. And for the prayer room is located on this P7 floor. So ladies and gentlemen, for all of you, you can access it by taking the stairs or elevator down to the mezzanine floor. Directional signs are available outside. And next, we kindly request you to check your personal belongings before leaving the event location. Please ensure that you do not leave behind any important items such as wallets, cell phones, keys, and other personal belongings. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, right now we are approaching to the end of the program. Once again, thank you very much for your presence, and we wish you to have a safe flight back to your respective countries and also regions. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, UN Tourism Regional Conference Tourism Policy on Circular Economy is held by the UN Tourism and also Ministry of Tourism Republic of Indonesia in partnership with Bank Sentral Asia, Sarina, Museum Nasional, Transjakarta, InJourney Aviation Services, Lexus, InJourney, Tourism Development Corporation, Bobo Box, Hotel Mulia, Artotel Group, GoCoco, and also Blibli, and media partner Garuda TV, CNN Indonesia, and also Kompas Gramedia. Applause to all of the sponsors in here. So, ladies and gentlemen, eventually I'm Hanifan Fuadi and all of the team from CAP-CSA, especially from the Ministry of Tourism Republic of Indonesia, we would like to extend our deepest gratitude for your participation. See you at another great opportunity. Terima kasih, sampai jumpa. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to inform you that we found a pair of glasses. So if you think you lost one, you can contact me. If you think you lost a pair of glasses, you can contact the committee. Thank you. Untuk Bapak Ibu yang merasa kehilangan